Senators to the said committee.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the House, by way of motion, moved by the Leader of Government's Business, do now nominate 2 senators to form, together with the President, the Committee of Selection, consistent and under the provisions of Standing Order number 631E of the rules of this House. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Steen.
Mr. President, by way of explanation, for each new sitting of Parliament, has responsibility of selecting members of committees or other such matters. The Standing Orders Committee considers matters concerning the standing orders as may be referred to by the Senate. And the House Committee considers and advises the President on matters concerning the comfort and convenience of senators. And the final one, the Committee of Privileges, addresses any matters that affect the powers or privileges of the Senate and will be referred to the committee by the Senate. So, Mr. President, for the Committee of Selection, Mr. President, the nominations for this committee, myself, Senator the Honourable Simon Steele, and if a member on our side could second this, and Senator the Honourable Andre Lewis as a member. And this will be under the chairmanship of the President.
Honourable members.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion put forward by the Leader of Government's Business.
Honourable members, the question is that Senators Simon Steele and Andre Lewis are nominated to constitute the Committee of Selection. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Simon Steele.
Whereas Standing Order number 63, 1B of the Senate Standing Orders provided for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairman and 2 members to be known as the Standing Orders Committee, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honourable Senate doth now appoint the members to the said committee.
Honourable members, the question is that the Standing Orders Committee do now receive appointments. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary view say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Steele.
Mr. President, the nominations for the Standing Orders Committee are Senator the Honourable Nolan Cox, member, Senator the Honourable Tessa Sincere, member, under the chairmanship of the President.
Seconders.
Mr. President, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, under the provisions of Order number 631D, the Standing Orders Committee is to be constituted by way of the nominations of Senators Cox and Sincere. All those who are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. To the contrary opinion, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The Standing Orders Committee is constituted with your humble servant as chair and Senators Cox and Sincere as the other two members. And just let me take the opportunity to point out, we have an urgent business that we have to address, and that is we have to update our standing orders. Yes, so we need to begin do this. I have some work and ideas that I have been noting over time where I believe that we need to improve the functioning, and the entire objective here is to make our conduct more democratic, to make it more responsive, and to make it more informative, all right, as we handle the people's business. I just want to state what I think are the principles in mind, all right? As the Americans will say, to aspire towards a better union. In this case, it will aspire to be a better Senate. Senator Steele.
For the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairman and 2 members to be known as the House Committee. Be it resolved that this Honourable Senate doth now appoint the 2 members to the said committee.
Honourable members, the question is that the House now appoints 2 members to the House Committee as provided for under Standing Order number 631C of our standing orders. Those who have that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
Excuse me. To the contrary, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator, the Honourable Simon Steele. Now we take the nominations.
Mr. President, the nominations for the House Committee are Senator the Honourable Winston Garraway, member, Senator the Honourable Christopher Diali, member, under the chairmanship of the President.
Senator, Judge Cadet.
Mr. President, I wish to second the motion put forward by the Leader of Government Business.
Honourable members, the question is that Senators the Honourable Garraway and Diali have been nominated and seconded to be members of the House Committee under my chairmanship in accordance with the aforesaid SO. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Garraway and Senator Diali. And there may be some work for you to do to consider matters related to the work and business of the House. So, the Privileges Committee, I think, is the last committee therein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whereas Standing Order number 63(1)D of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairman and 4 members to be known as the Committee of Privileges, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honourable Senate doth now appoint the 4 members to the said committee.
The question is, honourable members, that 4 members be appointed to the Committee of Privileges. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary view, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do indeed have it. Senator Steele.
Mr. President, the nominations for the Committee of Privileges are Senator the Honourable Katisha Williams, member, Senator the Honourable Judd Cadet, member, Senator the Honourable Roderick Sinclair, member, Senator the Honourable Terry Noel, member, under the chairmanship of the President.
Honourable members, the question under consideration is that 4 senators, having been nominated to the Committee of Privileges, Senators Katisha, Judd Cadet, Sinclair, and Terry Noel, be nominated to sit as members of the Privileges Committee. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary opinion, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. All the following members have been duly appointed in accordance with the SO.
Item number 16, bills.
Just give me a second, Senator Steve. Senator, the Honorable Simon Steele. No, sorry, Senator Winston Garvey. Yeah, you're the one that's piloting the Tax Administration Amendment Bill 2020.
Thank you very much,
You don't have
Mr.
the floor,
President.
Senator.
Mr. President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Tax Administration Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator Winston Garvey.
Just waiting for the bill to open up.
Could I ask members, don't you feel a little bit warm? I am. I don't know if because I have on an extra coat, but
A bill to amend the Tax Administration Act number 14 of 2016, shortly entitled Tax Administration Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator, the Honorable Winston
Mr.
Garvey.
President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all of its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question under consideration is to have the standing orders suspended to be able to take through all of its stages at this sitting of the House the tax amendment bill. Honorable members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all of its stages. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Garvey.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Senator Garvey.
Mr. President, what we have before us today is a very important bill. It seeks to amend the Tax Administration Act number 14 of 2016, which was brought into force on May 1st, 2016. The bill contains 4 clauses and seeks to clarify the procedures for administration of penalties under the Tax Administration Act and other tax legislation. But before I proceed further, I just want to back up a little, Mr. President, and to say that, as we all do agree and are aware, that the paying of taxes are extremely important and vital for the economic development of any society, any country. And the World Bank Doing Business report provided some information as to why paying tax matters. And then just permit me to read, it's about 8 lines, Mr. President. He said, paying of tax is important to foster economic growth and development. And development governments need sustainable resources of funding for social programs and public investments. Programs providing health, education, infrastructure, and other services are important to achieve the common goal of a prosperous, functional, and orderly society. And they require that governments raise revenue. Taxation not only pays for public goods and services, it is also a key ingredient in the social contract between citizens and the economy. And I just want to take this last sentence. Taxation not only pays for public goods and services, but it is also a key ingredient in the social contract between citizens and the economy. And in this present environment, Mr. President, of COVID-19 pandemic, and we've seen countries around the world grapple to deal with basic social privileges, social benefits for its people, we understand how important it is to pay your fair share in the development of your country. And earlier this morning, we had a question as it relates to the stimulus package. What was this? The stimulus package, as outlined by the government, was a contingency measure that was introduced to provide subsistence for employees and employers, to ensure that families didn't go under. The basic bread and butter issues of providing food on the table were not taken away. Of course, if you do not have a salary and you do not have a job, it's difficult for persons to take care of the basic needs of the family. And government would have provided this stimulus package for a number of months to ensure that families were taken care of. And today, what we have before us, this tax administration bill, primarily seeks to ensure that we all pay our fair share. We all make our contribution towards nation building. It's so important. There are 3 primary objectives of the bill, Mr. President. Clause 4 seeks to insert a new schedule, Schedule 3, to insert a form for administration of the fixed penalty regime, the notice of opportunity to pay fixed penalty. So what we have as is currently obtained with the ticketing system by the traffic department, a fixed penalty ticketing system. This is what Clause 4 seeks to introduce, is to ensure that that form is brought into the sphere and a fixed penalty, a ticketing system can be introduced. So persons who, for one reason or the other, would have not complied with the regulations, and they have admitted guilt, rather than going to court, they can pay a fixed penalty and move on. Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 12 to establish the regiment for a registration certificate to be issued to every body corporate that is registered with the Comptroller of Inland Revenue for the purpose of the Principal Act, and to establish a requirement for the body corporate to display the registration certificate. So as is currently obtained with your VAT registration certificate that you have to display in your business, the tax registration certificate that we're talking about is of the same nature. So you're a registered taxpayer as a body corporate. You'll be issued with a certificate, and that certificate has to be displayed in a prominent place in a business establishment. So when your inspectors or so would come to inspect your business, that will be the indication that you're compliant with the tax regulations. If a body corporate do not have that certificate, or display that certificate, it is an offense. And you can be charged for that. You can be ticketed. Or if you choose not to agree with the ticket, you can take it to court. That's up to you. But in this period of introducing it, there is a 6-month period or transitional period in which, after this comes into effect, within the 6-month period, if you didn't display the certificate, you will be pardoned. But after that, it will be an offense, and you can be charged as a result of not displaying the certificate. So the Inland Revenue Division undertakes to issue the registration certificate of all bodies corporate that are currently registered, and no body corporate would be charged for failure to display a registration certificate in this period. Three, to formally establish that non-compliance under Section 77 to 85 in Division 2 of Part 9 constitute the specified criminal offense, which attract the specified maximum penalties and the specified fixed penalties for persons who wish to accept guilt and pay the fixed penalties instead of challenging the charge before the courts. See, Mr. President, while we have under consideration 3 pieces of legislation that this fixed penalty ticketing system will cover, and as we saw in Section 75 to 85 in Division 2 of Part 9, that constitute a specified criminal offense, and the specified fixed penalties for persons who wish to accept guilt and pay the fixed penalties instead of challenging the matter before court. But what is apparent, Mr. President, while this was stated, the Principal Act failed to formally establish the criminal offense. So what we seek to do today is to establish the criminal offense. And if an offender fails to pay the prescribed fixed penalty within the prescribed time, it gives rise to the criminal prosecution for the offense. So, if a fixed penalty has been issued on a business, a body corporate, and he accepts his wrongdoing, maybe a mistake, an omission, but he admits guilt, has 31 days to pay the fine, and that's the end of the matter. But if he chooses not to, Mr. President, or if he has agreed to pay it, but somehow forgot to pay it, and 31 days elapse, 11 days after the 31st day, if he came to make the payment, that money will not be accepted, will be returned, and of course the matter will be adjudicated in court. But there are benefits for persons accepting to agree to paying the fixed penalty. Let's take, for example, what will constitute a penalty? Why would a person be fixed with a fixed penalty? So, if for some reason the authorized officer reasonably believes that a person has committed a fixed penalty offense, the authorized officer may serve on the person a fixed penalty notice informing the person that if the person does not wish to be prosecuted for the alleged offense, in court, the person may pay them in the manner and by the time specified by the notice. And as I said, within 31 days, that will be cleared. But it's important to note, Mr. President, that if a person pays the fine within a 31-day period, not only will he pay the minimum that is possible for that offense by paying the fixed ticket, he also will not have a record against his name. So wanting to maintain a good character and so forth, yes, you've violated the orders and you've been issued a fixed ticket penalty, you pay and you move on. But if you choose to challenge the matter in court and you lose, the ratio here will be 2-1. And let me give you the offenses. 7.1, if one failure to register your business, a fixed penalty ticket would be $2,500. But if you choose to pursue the matter in court and you were not successful, the penalty, the criminal penalty would be $5,000. And of course, there will be a record against your name. 77.2, failure to display registration certificate. Again, a fixed penalty will be $2,500. You pay that on the spot, you affix your certificate, and you move on. If you chose not to and the matter proceeded to court and you lose, it will now, the charge will be no more than $5,000 and no less than $2,500. So you stand the chance of course, the time you're going to take to be in court and so forth. There might be some other charges, fees that you'd have to pay if you had to have your lawyer with you or so. And if you, and on top of that, you were to lose, you now stand the chance of having to pay double the amount if it was a fixed penalty. So the first thing is comply with the rules. So there will be no need for fixed penalty. But if for some reason you did not obey the rules and a fixed penalty is issued to you, the second thing is pay it and move on, rather than taking it to court and you may lose in court. And it moved from $2,500 to a maximum of $5,000. However, you may have a good reason for wanting to pursue the matter in court because you felt there is a good reason why you didn't display the certificate, as the case may be. But as I've said before, it's the lowest charge that will be imposed on you is at a fixed penalty. So pay it and move on. 78, failure to notify of specified information. Again, businesses are required to provide information, and if you fail to do this, it's an offense with a fixed penalty of $2,500 and a maximum for a criminal penalty $5,000. The bigger one is falsification of invoices, receipts, credits, and debit notes. This here speaks to a deliberate effort to deceive. If you look at those before, you could make a mistake. You could probably forget. But if you were to write up a receipt that is false, deliberate effort. And for that, because remember the other side saying fraud, deliberate effort to mislead, the fixed penalty is $10,000. And the criminal penalty, a maximum of $20,000. Negligent or fraudulent underpayment. The criminal penalty here is 2 times the applicable fixed penalty. And that's a criminal penalty, and the fixed penalty is 25% of the underpayment, if not exceeding $1,500, $150,000, sorry, or not exceeding 75% of 25% of tax liability for the period, or underpayment if greater than $150,000 or greater than 25% of tax liability for the period. So, as you would realize, the last 2 that I cited will take much more, and the penalty is heavier because it speaks to a deliberate effort to mislead. In Section 81, false or misleading statements. That again will be taken very seriously. And if the competent officer or the responsible or authorized officer were to request information and false or misleading statements were made, and it is picked up that the information provided is not accurate, it's misleading and is designed to throw the officer off, a fixed penalty would be of $250 if an amount payable by the person would have been less if it were determined on the basis of the information provided in the statement, the amount by which that amount would have been so reduced, or if the amount of a refund that the person applied for would be increased if it were determined on the basis of the information provided in the statement, the amount by which that amount would have been increased. So again, misleading a false statement would be heavily penalized. 82, failure to maintain documents, and that is a big one. Everybody corporate, as well as we are private citizens, we need to have accurate information as to our income, expenditure, and so forth. So in the business sense, the business need to ensure that it maintains accurate information. The accountable officer may request information of the body corporate, and if they fail to provide the required information, the fixed penalty will be $50 per day as the failure continues, or 2 times the applicable fixed penalty. So if the authorized officer entered the premises on the 1st of the month and requested information, and on the 15th of the month. So you requested the information on the 1st, and you're unable to provide those information. And returned on the 10th. And you still didn't have that information. It means, therefore, that the last 10 days, the rate would have been $50 per day. The importance here is, it's for our body corporate to ensure that they maintain accurate documents. The owner of the business may not be able to do it. So that's why you have accountants and others around who provide those services. So you hire the competent skills in a business to ensure that you comply to the laws of the land. 83, failure to comply with third-party notices. Again, said for the fixed penalty is 25% of the difference between the amount payable by the third party and the amount paid to the controller by the due date specified in the notice under Section 68. And the fixed penalty is 2 times the applicable fixed penalty. 84, failure to provide facilities. Again, in this case, the fixed penalty would be $1,000, or the criminal offense, or criminal penalty will be $2,000 should you take it to court and lose. And 85, failure to comply with a notice to give information. Again, this is another issue here where persons may, for one reason or the other, choose not to provide the requisite information that is requested by the authorized officer. And for that, there is a fixed penalty offense for failing to comply, and which is $2,500, or if the matter is taken to court and you were to lose, it is some $5,000 as the charge. As I've started, I want to end saying the same thing, Mr. President. The importance here, or the value of this here, is to ensure that persons comply to the regulations. Persons put their house in order, and to ensure that they have the certificates up, they provide information as requested, and you do this, and there should be smooth sailing. There shouldn't be an issue of having to pay a fixed penalty. But the minute time persons choose to go contrary to the regulation, that's when you'll have an issue. So for this, Mr. President, I want to commend the bill for its second reading.
Yeah. Senator, the Honorable Chris Diali.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have taken a close examination of the amendment being proposed to the Tax Administration Act. And I have a few general comments I want to start off with, so as being moved by Senator colleague on the other side. I didn't hear the mover of the bill give some context, apart from saying that they believe that the best way to proceed with this amendment is to ensure compliance and that to some degree simplify what we do in tax administration when it comes to infringement of the act in some area or not. The other thing that bothers me with this approach, Mr. President, is the fact that In the Tax Administration Act, there's a very detailed and very open process for taxpayers who have an issue to have the matter revert to appeals, an appeals tribunal, if they are aggrieved by a certain matter or they cannot get compliance or agreement from the tax department on a particular issue that has been looked at. This process here seems to say to the taxpayer, you either accept the fixed penalty now and make your life simple, and if you plan to challenge it, we go into court. And if we go to court, the penalty moves up to a certain figure, depending on what the penalty is. And I go back to the issue of context, because you get the feeling that based on how we have proposed to move with this, that the average taxpayer in Grenada is not compliant in a number of areas, whether it be displaying of certificates or other issues that will seem to represent itself as it relates to how the business community operates. No, I'm not standing here to say that we don't have issues on the business community side, far from the truth. Some of us will look to exploit whatever loopholes there are in the law to evade the tax and do what we have to do to create issues. I'm not speaking about those. I'm speaking about the businessman or the businesswoman who may legitimately be involved in some business and may legitimately have an issue, and the issue needs to come forward and be discussed. But this particular amendment is sending the perception that if I have an issue, so for example, you talk about displaying the certificates. I may have had my certificates up. We have a storm that passed. The area where I've had it up got wet, it got destroyed. I take it down. The tax officer passed by 2 months after and don't see it up and writes up a fixed penalty. I am supposed to pay that right away. And if I challenge and I say, well, listen, no, well, you know, I had issues and so on and so on. Is there room in this for discretion from the tax officer, or if he's able, he or she is able to refer it to the comptroller? But this says, I am simplifying the process. I see you have an infringement. Here is a fixed penalty. Take it, accept it, because you infringe. There are not circumstances around this infringement that I want to discuss. So it sends the perception to the taxpayer that I'm accepting no sort of compromise. You either go with this fixed penalty or not. I can't see how that could encourage compliance and encourage businesses to do the right thing. One of the fundamental rules of tax and paying tax is that the taxpayer must feel that there is room for understanding and there is room for discussion for me to get maximum compliance. It's not supposed to be held as a big stick over my head, the legislation, so that if any time I make a slight infringement, the hammer comes down. I don't think that is the intent, and I don't think that is the intent that we want to convey in making amendments to these acts. And I'm wondering if there is any room for us to have some sort of discretion being available to the taxpayer in the case of circumstances where there are infringements and the infringements need to be looked at. I have a difficult time understanding the 11-day non-response. The section that deals with the 11-day, so the fixed penalty is issued. After 31 days, I haven't paid. And then 11 days after that, I am still said if I don't pay, if I pay within 11 days, I'm giving you back your money. I must be misinterpreting that. Probably I need to explain that for me a little further. But I'm trying to understand why we have 11 days, first of all. What is the rationale for 11 days? Because that is 42 days that I have not paid the fixed penalty. And after that 11 days, I am saying to you, I don't want your money. Hold your money. So I come on the 12th day, you give me back my money and you say, listen, I'm taking your further. We're going to court because I want to increase the penalty we get. And the possibility of going from 2,000 or 2,005 to 5,000. So there's discretion there for the court to move from 2,500. You're sure once you take me to court, the least the judge could charge me is 2,005. The judge could always go anything higher than up to a maximum of 5. Again, I'm saying, Is that what we want to communicate to our business community? I don't know. If I come on the 12th day, we have a thing about the 12th day in Christmas. If I come on the 12th day and I say, here is my money, what is this issue of giving me back my money? I thought that tax and paying tax and if we have an infringement is to satisfy both sides and to say, all right, guys, I accept this, let's move on. But now, if I have a taxpayer that constantly infringing me and constantly coming on the 12th and 13th, I could understand that. Because then I want to send a message that you have an intent that is not an honorable intent. So I'm trying to understand this 11-day thing, and the whole thing appears to me, Mr. President, that for the gain of simplicity and for the gain of issuing something like a fixed penalty, we are giving up the ability to say to this community that has to pay tax that we are now going to be using the big hammer approach and the heavy stick approach. And I have a difficulty because that does not ensure compliance down the road. It doesn't. It will get us, all of us, more polarized, taken to our sides, and getting more litigious in this matter. Because once I have a genuine issue why I feel I had an issue, and I'm not seeing in this, and probably in the Principal Act, when you look at the Principal Act, I know the Comptroller has discretion, but how this amendment is going in that section, it doesn't appear so. Because there's no time it's referred to that there's discretion that the Comptroller has to deal with some of these issues if it's escalated to the Comptroller, or even to the Appeals Tribunal. I am not certain how that fits in there, and probably the mover of the bill could explain that after when he comes to respond. You know, there's a section, section 84, that speaks to reasonable facilities that has to be provided to the person that comes to do whatever they're doing from the tax department, whether it's an audit or not. Again, I haven't seen what is defined as reasonable facilities. But here again, this tax officer may come, and it looks to me as though we open up ourselves to subjectivity here. This particular tax officer may come and say, listen, I don't believe the facilities you're giving me here is reasonable. What is that? I know if they come, they're supposed to be given a desk. But suppose the washroom facilities is downstairs and not upstairs where they operate in, and they have to run downstairs to the facility. Is that unreasonable or reasonable, Mr. President? I am saying. And could I be given a fixed penalty for that? Because the officer believes it's unreasonable for he or she to have to run downstairs or run upstairs to avail themselves of some basic amenity. I am saying that if we have to put in these kind of words as reasonable facilities, we need to be clear what it is we're referring to as reasonable facilities, because then it opens up ourselves to a level of subjectivity that, no, you're now saying to me that I have the power to issue a fixed penalty, and you either accept this fixed penalty from me now, or take me down the road, and if you don't accept it, it could be more dangerous for you, because you will have to pay me more. So I have an issue with some of these under Section 84. And there is other areas where it talks about 2 times the penalty and so on, which, Mr. President, can be significantly more than what we have now. But generally, Mr. President, I think when we try to do amendments, especially in tax administration, there is a need to understand what the problem is. Is it that there is a high degree of infringements to the Act? And is it that the tax administration of the tax department is now so overburdened by this that we had to put in a fixed penalty system to simplify it? What is the context that is being, this amendment is being proposed in? Is it that the business community is highly responsible in what we do when it comes to tax administration? I'm not understanding why we want to come to this and say to the public and to the business community that, you know, we go in for an amendment, and I know the mover of the act says we have 6 months. You know, Mr. President, 6 months, if we were to pass this amendment here, I suppose not if, when, is June next year, June 2021. COVID is still going to be around with us. Okay, you know, the vaccine, they say you have to keep it at minus, I think it's some ridiculous figure, temperature for it to not be, for it to be valid, for it to use. I don't know which doctor in Grenada have a fridge at minus 20-something degrees to keep a vaccine. So I say that to say in a COVID environment, our businesses are going to be seriously still affected in terms of fluidity and what happens. And here we are in the House now passing an amendment to the Act to take effect and to give at least 6 months' notice that these penalties will come that will say to me that if I don't have my tax certificate in my business and certified copies in other businesses that I may have, I subject myself to a fixed penalty immediately. And I have some sort of concern about that. Are we saying that now is the right time? This is the time now to do this? Or do we want to consider this and have, I don't want to use the word consultation because I know we could consult forever and nothing happens. But you see, Mr. President, I go back to context. If this is a severe problem we have in, I could understand the immediacy for it. If not, are there ways and means we could do this and not have to go down this route? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Diali. Any other senator? Senator the Honorable Winston Garvey.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I listened to my colleague member on the other side. He didn't say he supported the bill, but he had some concerns. And I just want to dispel the notion, he didn't refer to it, but it's out there, that whenever our government, how do you refer to it, and saying if now is the right time to impose such a penalties because COVID is still around and the challenges businesses will face. But this is the right time to introduce it. Let us get it out of the way, because what we have seen here, Mr. President, these are very simple and clear principles to follow. Simple and clear principles to follow. Displaying your certificate, providing facilities for the administrative officer to function in. And as you ask the question, what are reasonable facilities? If an auditor is to come into your business to do the necessary audit, of course he will require facility that will make his experience in the business conducive to do what he came to do. So if a desk is required, you provide a desk. Whatever to make the work experience smooth and transparent, that should be provided. But what I've realized, Mr. President, every time there is an introduction of some piece of legislation, legislations are introduced to correct some defect. And you ask the question, there are defects, and you're looking to correct it. And you correct it. This should have been in force since 2016. There was an oversight. So let's look at what would have happened, because they probably had a grace period of 4 years to get it done. Just a little over 4 years, because May 1st is when this was brought into being. So over 4 years, and you haven't displayed your certificate, but it's time to do it. And you still get an additional grace of 6 months to make it happen. So this has not been hard. We have allowed 4 years to elapse and didn't do what ask our people to comply with the regulations. You ask about the 11 days because it seems kind of strange and odd. You didn't understand it. This is grace. Grace, added grace that have been given to the business community. 31 days is when you're to pay this. Fixed ticket penalty, you have 31 days to do it. But an additional grace of some 11 days. is provided. And that's a benefit because, let's put it this way, the government understand, hey, for some reason, you were not able to get it done in 31 days. Sometimes you forgot. But the thing is, you're given an additional 11 days. And that is grace. And when you look into the Bible, God provides grace for us, mankind. We ever so often messing up. And he still have his arms open there to protect us. This is a grace for the member who would have asked the question. But let me dispel the notion and the belief that whenever a tax is introduced, or a penalty is introduced, it's because the government looking to raise revenue. Far from it. Government not looking to raise revenue. The penalty is introduced to ensure that there are compliance with the regulations. That's what you're trying to, and I could link it to the point my colleague Senator Tessa raised this morning as it relates to psychosocial issues that arise as a result of this present pandemic. You can look at it. But this is not really to cause you to deviate or think that government want to raise money. No. If you comply, there is no money to be paid. So the importance here is to comply to the regulations. And that's what is important at this point in time. So let's take, for example, person's been saying, government introduced a charge. If you didn't wear a face mask, you could be charged up to $500. And persons thinking government looking to raise revenue because you have to pay stimulus package and so on, you want to raise money for that reason. No, far from it. What government is trying to ensure is there is compliance with the regulations and persons protect themselves from COVID. Because if you don't, and you want to become the source of spreading the virus, you ultimately will end up in the general hospital and it will cost the government more to protect you and the other citizens of the country. So the easiest thing to do is to encourage compliance, and that's what the fixed penalty is about, to encourage compliance. Nothing to do with, oh, you're trying to raise monies on the backs of people. And to answer the question, why now? Why not now? You had 4 years and 4 months to get it right, and we didn't do it. And you're getting a further 6 months to ensure that you comply. And let's take, for example, I'm going to use the example my colleague senator on the other side would have used. What if some water damage, and your certificate got damaged and you had to pull it down and so forth, and 2 months later you forgot it and still didn't have it, and the inspector should come. I mean, I understand the context. You're looking for some form of sympathy and saying you could be lenient with me. And yeah, I understand. But if you feel that your case is so strong, take it to court and let it be adjudicated by the magistrate. And the magistrate may agree with you and release you. But that's a risk you have to take. So, I mean, your certificate got damaged, and you mean 2 months after you still didn't put it back up? No, that is on you. So the other thing that this is seeking to do is for persons to become more responsible. Clear and simple. We have a responsibility to display our certificate. That's the list of the things. Put up your certificate. Let's do it. But, as I said, 4 years and over 4 months. Well, my maths is a little bit wrong. Because May is the 5th month. And today we are in July. November, the 10th of November. I'm thinking of something far. So we have 4 years and 6 months. Okay. Yeah, I excuse my hand. I expose my hand. So 4 years and 6 months, we could have at least get it right. So, Mr. President, as I said, it's simple principles to follow, and I think I want to give more credit to my business people of the country that they will adhere and to ensure that they display the certificates and follow the principles that have been requested of them. And for these words, and I thank my member for at least the issues you raised and clarity that is given. I want to present the bill for a second reading, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Garvey. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Well,
A bill for an act shortly entitled Tax Administration Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator Garvey.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House now resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, this Honorable House is in committee.
Clause 2, amendment to Section 12 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is, Clause 2 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 3, amendment to Division 2 of Part 9 of Principal Act.
Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, I want to, in the 79, Section 2, I want to, just a few typographical errors that I want to make here. So let me read as it is. A supplier for the purpose of the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 33A, is not liable for a penalty under subparagraph 2, 3, or 4 of subsection 1. That is what I want to include. And we're replacing paragraph 1, B, C, or D. On the 3, so let me read 3. A supplier for the purpose of the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 33A, is not liable for a penalty under subparagraph 4.
Senator, excuse me a second. You've lost me a bit. I'm a bit lost. Yeah. Were you on the clause?
Yeah, okay.
Huh?
Just my, okay.
Yes, clause 79. subsection
2. And what I'm basically asking for is to change the numbering. So it's not a substantial change I'm requesting. So where you have paragraph 1, B, C, or D, I'm changing that to subparagraph 2, 3, or 4 of subsection 1. Roman numerals 1, 2, 3, or 4 of subsection 1.
So E becomes Roman numeral 2, C becomes Roman numeral 3, and D becomes Roman numeral 4. Is that correct?
Yeah. When I pick up, I'm really out of it.
E becomes numeral 2, C becomes numeral 3, and D becomes Roman numeral 4.
If I may, Mr. Chair, in the principal.
Could I suggest to her that now that we digitalize, could these things be done through track changes, and it makes it very easy for us to really follow? Yeah.
I will suggest going forward you can do that.
Yes.
Now, whoever's loading the bill, because we will have the record from the House, because I'm assuming that these were changes that were made in the House.
No, it was not. As I saying, it's not substantial, just to change the numbering.
Sorry, Chair. So
So
instead
the
of
defect that we are picking up, it wasn't picked up in the House.
If I may, Mr. Chair, in the Principal Act, subparagraphs 2, 3, and 4 numerals in Roman numerals were B, C, and D. So it's just to change the numbering to reflect the change here in the amendment, but nothing substantial.
Oh.
So instead of it being alphabetical, it is in Roman numerals.
Roman numerals, yes.
And on the 3, we looking to change where you have paragraph 1D to subparagraph Roman numerals 4 of subsection 1.
Run that again, let me pick it up.
So the second line, the line begins with
Paragraph
333A.
1D becomes what?
So it becomes Roman numerals 4.
Paragraph 1 becomes Roman numerals, instead of D, Roman
Yeah.
numeral 4?
Yes, of subsection 1.
Yeah.
That's it?
Honorable members, the question is that Section 79, with the following amendments, subsection 2, paragraph, we substituting Roman numerals 2, 3, 4 instead of B, C, and D. And in subsection 3, we substitute in paragraph 1D with paragraph 1, Roman numerals 4, to be the amendment to this section of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 4, insertion of new Schedule 3 to Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 4 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honourable members, the question is Clause 1, short title and commencement forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Gawi.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and that the chairman reports progress on the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honourable members, the House now resumes. I have to report, honourable members, that the Committee of the Whole House considered the bill with the amendments which were already stated. Senator Gawi.
Mr. President, I move that the chairman's report be adopted.
Adopted. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Gawi.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be read a third time.
Honourable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Tax Administration Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator, the Honourable Nolan Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2020.
A bill to amend the Road Traffic Act, Cap 289A, shortly entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator Cox.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this present sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2020 be taken through all its stages, having suspended the standing orders to enable it so to do. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Cox.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Mr. President, before this honorable House is the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I think it is important for us to listen some context and some background as to how we arrive where we are at this present moment. It's an important bill for the country. I think it's important to prepare and present such context. The government of Grenada, Mr. President, over a number of decades, have been receiving feedback from the general public as to ways and means as to how we can improve this sector of transport in Grenada. And Mr. President, this, as we know, from time to time, there are a number of issues that arise as the sector continue to evolve. And so, Mr. President, we have a number of engagements ranging regarding issues not limited to either bus routes, dealing with bus routes, bus fares, road safety, road condition, pollution, derelict vehicles, a number of issues ranging over a period of time which the public do normally discuss over and over. And this is, because of this backdrop, Mr. President, those are some of the issues that are facing the current structure of what governs the road authority or the transportation sector in Grenada currently. Mr. President, this bill basically seeks to change where we are currently, which this sector is governed by a transport board. And we, through this amendment, we are recommending and asking this Honorable House and members to consider moving from a transport board to a statutory body, a body corporate, by way of the Grenada Transport Commission. That is, in essence, what is taking place with this amendment, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have received numerous calls for a comprehensive overhaul of the current Road Traffic Act. But what we have recognized is that such overhaul would only make sense if we do it logically. And this amendment today is just one of the first steps in a series of amendments that this current Road Traffic Act will have to go through in the years to come. Mr. President, we believe that the time is now to have this done. And because the sector, one of the things that we are recognizing, Mr. President, the sector is being bombarded by a number of opportunities. Currently, about 1/3 of our population is a representation of the amount of vehicles that we have in Grenada. So that gives you a picture of what we are facing. And with the current construct of the transport board, it presents itself with limitations for satisfactorily managing this sector in the best manner and presenting the opportunities or dealing with those opportunities as we move forward. And so we believe that the time is now for us to start making those logical adjustments so that this new Transport Commission will consume the current responsibilities and also add new responsibilities to the Commission going forward so that we have what we call a seamless transition from the current Transport Board to a body corporate, which would be the Grenada Transport Commission.
I don't want this off the floor. I really don't hope that it doesn't consume it, but it assumes it.
Mr. President, I mean not to scare you any when I say consume, but to ensure that we capture everything that it currently does so that there is no gap, but to add and to complement whatever is there. I realize, Mr. President. There will be nothing left. So, Mr. President, one of the most important things in the process where we are, and I want to put on record the associations, the National Bus Association, the Taxi Association, the truck drivers, the commercial drivers that are attached to the business sector. Mr. President, the only how that we could be where we are today is only because of their support and contribution to this amendment. I want to put on record that they have been vigilant in terms of ensuring that they are part of the process. I wanted to say even the permanent secretary, who is responsible for transport, she has been doing a marvelous job in terms of working with our primary stakeholders to ensure that what we do, we harness a relationship, one that will bear fruits going forward, Mr. President. I think that is something that I have identified that is really indicative of where we are today. One of the things that we noticed too, and we want to express our gratitude towards those primary stakeholders, is that with the advent of COVID, we had to take a new approach in how we engage the passengers or customers. And they were on board, they worked with us, we provided assistance. They themselves have expressed gratitude for the assistance that government would have given to them as to where we are today. So this is a critical step, probably not mentioned enough, that the primary stakeholders, they are part and parcel responsible for where we are today. And of course, they are going to play a significant role as we move forward in terms of having the statutory body up and running to provide services for that sector in question. Mr. President, the question is, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this now? There are a number of things that are happening which lends itself for us to have the necessary structures in place. Mr. President, sometime earlier on, right here in this House, we made amendments to the Road Traffic Act to establish the services of our traffic wardens. There have been a call for support for the police in that sector in terms of managing the day-to-day traffic activities. And we see the wardens have played a significant role. Mr. President, I really want to place on record my commendation for the traffic wardens. I mean, standing in the sun, in the rain, I have not seen passion from young people in such a long time in doing their job, and we are very pleased about that. And going forward, Mr. President, I know we do have plans to add more persons towards the traffic wardens, to complement that, the quantities that we have to increase them going to provide more support. So we'll hear more about that, Mr. President. Mr. President, one of the challenges with the current board is the limitations. It doesn't afford for the board to have that administrative structure to administer a number of the regulatory functions that are required to administer 2 persons within the transport sector. And this statutory body corporate, the Greater Transport Commission, will have that capacity to do so. So I think that is one of the limitations, hence the reason why we're doing that. Mr. President, the Royal Greater Police Force, they have been a beacon throughout this whole process. I recall at some point in time, they were responsible for issuing bus stickers, and then when it got a bit unbearable for them, because what you find happening is that they are the ones found themselves in a position where they are being the regulators and being the enforcers at the same time. So it posed a significant, difficult amount of challenge for the Royal Greater Police Force. And so they had asked tirelessly for us to remove those activities from the Royal Greater Police Force, and we placed it with the Transport Board, who managed it for a short while. But now those functions, those regulatory functions, will now be performed by the Grenada Transport Commission going forward. But I want to place on record the support and the contribution of the Royal Greater Police Force in terms of giving us guidance, in terms of the traffic. Some of the officers within the traffic department do have quite significant knowledge in terms of helping us shape the policies about where we place certain traffic structures, why we put them there, and how effective that they can be in the whole administration of the traffic, even when we have to route traffic and things like that. So we want to commend them, and they definitely have been with us throughout this whole process. And of course, they have to continue to be with us to ensure that we bring success through this Transport Commission. Mr. President, I also want to to thank the former Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, who has worked a lot on this amendment to bring it where it is. I cannot take any credit. I am only just facilitating the end game. I'm just the person at the last leg of the race, just bringing the batter to the end. So I must commend the person who started the first leg. So, Mr. President, I want to place that on record. So, Mr. President, in essence, what we are trying to do is basically to improve the transport sector by establishing this corporate body to provide a better facility for the sector to grow. Mr. President, I can say that on the backdrop, currently we have projects that provide opportunities for the sector to evolve, new technologies. We're looking at the access to electric vehicles and stuff and things like that. We do not have the infrastructure from a regulatory standpoint to treat with that. So all this is important in this particular time. We have the e-mobility project that is currently being just commissioned in Grenada, Mr. President, and I think we have to be prepared for the changing times. I myself, Mr. President, would love to see, or love an opportunity for maybe each of us to be driving a Tesla instead of burning gas, you know? So those are some of the things that we will be faced with. But Mr. President, just in actually going to the amendment itself, the bill itself before us, the bill consists of 10 clauses, Mr. President, and I think it's important that I go through some of the significant contents of this bill so that persons listening and members here can get a full understanding and appreciation for what is it that we're seeking to do. And of course, we expect feedback from them in areas that we can improve as we move forward. We may not be able to make those amendments today, but we'll take due note of them as we continue to improve the transport sector in Grenada. So, Clause 2, Mr. President, provides for the amendment of of Section 2 of the Principal Act, basically to repeal the definition of the board, because for obvious reasons, we're moving from a board to a commission, a body corporate. Mr. President, Clause 3 provides for the insertion of a new sections 2A to 2G of the Principal Act to establish the Grenada Transport Commission as a body corporate, as indicated earlier. I will use an opportunity, Mr. President, to go into most substantive matters under that specific new section that has been included in the Principal Act. We see, Mr. President, under Section 3, 2A, establishment and functions of the Grenada Transport Commission. Some of these functions are present, carried over from the current transport road traffic act, but the new additions, Mr. President, I just want to draw to your attention what is new from the Principal Act in this amendment. Basically commences from G, subsection G, to J. Those three inclusions are new in this amendment, and all the other sections there are contained within the Principal Act. And so from G, it speaks to standards prescribed for vehicles to be used as public, commercial, or private transportations. H, it speaks to regulation of the public transport infrastructure, including car, parking facilities, terminal facilities, bus stops, roundabout, so things like those. There were no facility from a legal standpoint to treat with those before, and so this amendment is treating with that. Measures for controlling public, private, and commercial transportation, establishing the condition under which they may operate. Mr. President, it is highly possible, and so in a developmental way, that just now we may see parking meters in Grenada, where one may have to start paying, having paid parking. Right now, parking is basically free, if you want to say so, unless you're parking a place that you're not supposed to, and then it costs you by way of a beautiful clamp on one of your front wheels. So, Mr. President, these are some of the significant amendments. Mr. President, in that subsection, on that same section, subsection 3, which speaks to if someone were to be aggrieved by any order or decision of the Commission or licensing authority, that person may make an appeal. What this does, it affords the minister, then the minister responsible for transport, to compile a tribunal to hear appeals for persons who have been aggrieved. This was not there before. There was no mechanism like this before. I think the Commission is the one who used to hear the appeal. So I tell you, you cannot get through with, say, a bus sticker, and then you appeal back to me, the same person who denied you. Now, this has been changed now, where a new group of persons will hear stories from both parties and to provide a more fair and practical approach to resolving disputes. I think this is significant and progressive, if I might add. Mr. President, in moving forward also, this bill provides for, in 2B, the board. The Commission is going to have a board of directors that will see to the day-to-day matters of the Commission. Mr. President, I want to say this particular section is one that has garnered a significant discussion between the ministry and, of course, our stakeholders in terms of representation, the composition of that board of the Commission. And as recent as last Friday, even after the bill was presented in the lower house, I had a meeting with members from the National Bus Association speaking on the said matter in terms of clarity and understanding how their concerns, their voice can be absorbed in the whole context of this new commission. Mr. President, I think after a 3.5-hour meeting and explaining what are some of the challenges, why they cannot be directly included, and what we plan, what the plans that we have to include them from a policy standpoint in a more formal way, we all left there in good spirits, and of course, where everybody understand and accept that the new approach in terms of moving forward, Mr. President, I'll speak a little bit more to that as we move forward. So, Mr. President, when you look at the constitution of the board consists of 7 members, which quorum is 4. We have the Commissioner of Police, or his or her designate, the Permanent Secretary with responsibility for transport, whoever that person is at the time, 1 senior representative for the Ministry responsible for road infrastructure with expertise in engineering. So if you notice, these positions are basically specific in terms of responsibilities, expertise, because of the nature of what we're hoping to achieve from this new board of the Commission. Somebody with expertise in policy and management of transport, somebody with experience in insurance, and somebody with experience in law, attorney, I presume, in this regard. So this constitutes, in essence, what the board will look like going forward, the board of the Commission, Mr. President. Mr. President, there has been a call by the National Bus Association to have somebody sitting on the board, and after looking at everything in aspect in terms of a legal standpoint, and even once in terms of optics, it was seen and felt that being there, having somebody there, actually making regulations for oneself is deemed somewhat inappropriate, and may lend itself, as I indicated, to the management
of the National Bus Association to also maybe adding some level of compromise to the organization going forward. And so I think after a lengthy discussion and explaining, they understand. And so what we did, Mr. President, is that we have agreed that we are going to approach them. We are going to establish a memorandum of understanding with our primary stakeholders, taxi operators, where that we are going to sit and agree how we are going to engage with any major decision, amendments, whatever it is regarding the transport sector going forward. Mr. President, even in the absence of that formal approach, I cannot see us making any meaningful amendments or any meaningful changes to regulation of the transport sector without proper consultation with persons who actually use the sector on a daily basis. We would not be making sense. So in a sense, we cannot move forward in getting an understanding of what is happening within the sector and to make decision for it. It just wouldn't make any sense for us. So they will be engaged. They have to be engaged. I will continue to engage them moving forward. Most importantly, Mr. President, one of the things that we have already embarked on in terms of creating a level of improvement, we are currently embarking on a transport study of the sector within Grenada, and the stakeholders, our stakeholders are ready and they're working with us to capture all the baseline data required for us to be informed as to what is taking place with the sector and where the opportunities lie. Because what is really happening, Mr. President, what is really required, what they're asking for, is for them to be able to make a living, a career within or out of this transport sector. That is what is at stake here. That is basically what we're trying to do. To say, somebody can say, listen, I want to be able to go in the transport sector, and that is where I want to make my living. That is where I want to apply my trade or career for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And that is what is at stake. And so we are very happy to get those feedback. And so it is very easy for us to go forward in a structured manner because we know what the objectives are, Mr. President. Mr. President, subsection 2C speaks to the tenure of the board. In this case, we are saying that persons can sit on that board no more than 3 years. We think that is satisfactory. The reason why we try to achieve that, if you have good resourceful people, and some of the initiatives that we have to implement as we go forward may take some time to materialize. You do not want a situation where you have a lot of changes, a lot of transition at that level, because you want to lend itself to continuity for persons with those strong qualities to ensure that we get some results going forward, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think that is critical. One of the things that the current board cannot do and does not allow to do, which the Commission can do, it will be able to collect fees for itself. Currently, whatever the board collects, it has to go into the consolidated fund. That will no longer happen under the Commission. The Commission will have that authority to collect fees on its own, raise monies on its own via through projects, wherever, loan grants, whatever the case may be, that is necessary for running the Commission. I think that is very instructive in terms of adding that function for the Commission to stand on its own as any other statutory body within the state of Grenada. Mr. President, I think one of the important things too is acceding to this legislation here, our Public Finance Management Act. This Commission also conforms to it by way that reports have to be done, audits have to be done, and this morning we had a discussion about the reports coming to this House, reports from the Transport Commission will have to come to be laid on the table in Parliament as well. With those gaps that we had identified, I do hope with this Commission that we are a little bit more efficient in terms of generating those reports. That seem to be some level of consistency in terms of inadequate, timely reporting. And most of those bodies, I think that there's an opportunity for us to find a way to see how we can improve that through our parliamentary process here, and I fully support that, Mr. President. Mr. President, something very important, whatever functions currently that the board, the Transport Board have, whatever property, real assets that the Transport Board currently have, whatever obligations, liabilities that this current board has, whatever person that is employed under this current board, all that through amendments, from Amendment 2, Section 2, Section 2, 3, subsection 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all carried towards having those transferred seamlessly to the Greater Transport Commission. And in the case of employment, all our traffic wardens are currently employed by the Greater Transport Board. And when we pass this and it is enacted, they now will be employed by the Greater Transport Commission. So that is something that we ensure that seamless transition. That is what we are trying to achieve. That's what we are seeking to achieve through this amendment, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are some other amendments, some typographical and some procedural amendments. I will not mention that, but I think it's pretty straightforward. I think it is critical for us to understand in its entirety what is it that we're trying to do here. Really and truly, we are seeking to improve structure, administrative structure, to take our transport sector to a different level, to allow for any opportunities, whether current or future, to be taken up under this Transport Commission. Mr. President, I think most importantly, I think I left out that these two things I want to mention, that this amendment will see the hiring of a CEO, Chief Executive Officer, who will handle the day-to-day operations of the Commission, and will also have an opportunity to hire staff as he or she may see fit, with support from the board of the Commission. But it also provides, Mr. President, for the Public Service Commission to, by way of secondment, to transfer persons who have the current expertise, maybe either secretarial or otherwise, to the Commission to kind of, as we normally say in local parlance, to hit the ground running instead of having to wait for somebody that we may have to train or something like that. So that affords that opportunity and that responsibility through this amendment. So, Mr. President, members, with these contributions, I commend this bill for second reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Very comprehensive indeed. Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill, the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2020, seeking to amend the Road Traffic Act, Cap 289A, be read a second time. Senator, the Honorable Andrew Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and let me just compliment for that what you have done, the detailed explanation given by Senator Cox in his new role in terms of specific responsibility. And I do believe, I've said so before, in your competence and your commitment to seriously undertaking whatever responsibility you have been given. So I want to wish you all the very best. Especially in transport, this thing is absolutely important. And for us in the labor movement, we made that proposal to the government during the COVID period, and I want to repeat it, that we stand willing and ready to assist in the discussion on transport in terms of providing adequate advice or adequate and suggestions for adequate transport service. Because after all, this is what moves probably 98% or 95% of our workers and members throughout the state. And we do believe that the COVID period provided and has still provide an opportunity for us to get it right, to be able to discuss the provision of almost 24 service. A number of our workers, are exposed when the night comes. A number of our members reach to work late. There's a cost to production. Productivity is not, people reach to work late many times because of the unavailability of transport, timely transport. And people get back home at periods that makes it sometimes difficult to get back to work on time. So it is with this in mind, I'm making the following suggestions and observations. I recognize that you had, as usual, given the depth of your understanding and your thoroughness, I've addressed some of the issues, but I still want to just highlight it. On the Board of Commission 2B, and the fact that the minister is the one that would be appointing all 7 people. And we have where A, B, and C has been identified in terms of the background. And D speaks about 4 people. I think it is important to have, for instance, someone from the nominated by the Bus Association. I know you have addressed this issue. I think it is important probably to look at an insurance personnel in terms of nominated by them. What that will seek to do, in my judgment, is that it will allow these significant players in the market to be able to independently nominate someone. Obviously, they will have to be appointed by the minister. But as we speak here, it gives if we do this, it will allow for a wider diversity of personnel. I really believe that the Bus Association, I know you have addressed the issue, taking into account the important role that they play. This will lend itself to buy-in. And it takes me back to the discussions during the height of the re-engagement of the buses to transport people and the challenges that had confronted the ministry and the bus. I do think that if they are given that sort of prominence, it will assist. That's the concern that I have. Anything that we can do that will lend itself, the concern that you have raised, which is a valid concern, the concern about whether or not it may appear as though one is given an unfair advantage, or there is the aspect of conflict of interest. If I'm from the Bus Association or for the insurance company, for instance, but I'm speaking of the bus, I hear that. But if the commission is composed of 7 different people and background, I do not think that would be a major factor. And there's absolutely nothing wrong in an interest group advancing its interests. What is important is a collective decision that will be taken at the end of the day. And I'm confident that with the different composition, the interest of the nation is what will gain prominence. Because it is absolutely important for this national transport issue to be addressed. It has security implications. It has violence implications in terms of the exposure, especially of our women folk. And I see this as a golden opportunity, Senator Cox, through you, Mr. President, to demonstrate that we want to do something in a new and significant way. And that's the contribution I want to make in relation to this, that it is certainly a welcome step but more can be done as we go forward, and give serious consideration to identifying, if we might be useful, if we can identify 4 interest groups, indeed, 4 interest groups like the National Bus Association, insurance, etc., to be able to nominate someone for the appointment to the minister. And I want to compliment the explanations that you have given and the thought process behind it. And to finally end by saying that if at the end of the day, the commission is not allowed to function independently, we know the issue of influences. I've seen it in a number of statutory bodies. It is not enough just to say that we have now set up an independent body in name. But all that we need to do is to look around at the statutory bodies that are extremely successful versus those, quite a number of them, that are struggling. And you may find that the aspect of, for want of a better word, political influence, for want of a better word, not necessarily party politics, but political influence from the administration sort of hamper the professional functioning of these organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I couldn't let this pass without saying 2 words on it. And I share the same sentiment like Senator Lewis in regards to the Bus Association and the busmen. I think they should be considered due to the fact here in Grenada, most countries have a transport board or public transport system, and we don't. And over the years, they have been filling that position and been doing an excellent job. And I think, they should be commended. I myself, at one point in time, used to drive bus, so I know how it is. And I think, at some point in time, they tend to be overlooked at the significant role they are playing and taking people to and fro to the jobs and so on and back home. And when you think about other countries in terms of accidents and so on, in Grenada it's been very minimal. So I think they've been doing a very good job. And it is an expensive thing to operate a bus. And in some cases, the owners are not the drivers in some cases. If you happen to be the owner, you might be better off. But I know from experience, almost every weekend, you find yourself, you have to be by the mechanic, talking about brakes and tires and so on. And that was way back then. So you could imagine now how expensive it is. And the contribution to the economy that they make too, in terms of parts and so on, and the fuel. And we know in Grenada here, I think we have one of the highest taxes on fuel. So the significant role they are playing in this country in terms of economics should not go unnoticed. And I think that should be considered, that they should be part of this, this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to give my support to this bill. And before I delve into my presentation, I want to commend my dear friend and colleague, Senator Cox, for his great presentation. And I also want to congratulate him on his recent appointment. I think that's I believe that's the first sitting since after the... So President, he surely hit the ground running, and I wish him all the best in his new position. Mr. President, transport plays an important role in our economy, and plays an important role in our economic development. Mr. President, several studies have been done on the role of transportation the role that transportation plays in our economic development. And it was found, Mr. President, that when transport systems are efficient, they provide economic and social opportunities that benefit that result in positive multiplier effects such as better accessibility to markets, employment, and additional investment. Alternatively, when transport systems are deficient in terms of capacity or reliability, they can have an economic cost, such as reduced or missed opportunities and lower quality of life. Mr. President, this is why I could not have just let this bill go through its stages without giving my sentiment on it. Because I think this is a very important piece of legislation that is being passed here in this House. Because it shows that the government thinking in terms of its role of the transportation sector and how it is planning to drive the economy forward, with transportation playing a great role. Here in Grenada, I understand that we have serious limitations. I understand that in terms of our transportation sector, infrastructure is an issue. We understand that we see now with congestion. That's a major issue. The view that there are too many vehicles on the road. The statistics that I've heard, I mean, I've been trying to get the statistics, I've heard it now that 1/3 of the population represent the amount of vehicles on the road. This is approximately 40,000 vehicles that you have on the road. And Mr. President, that is expected to grow exponentially in the upcoming years. As people, economic status improve, their ability to buy vehicles, it will be something that will be part of everyone's lives. I mean, every young person these days, the first thing that they own, they head to the bank or to any lending agencies to get a vehicle. So you will see this number in 10 years or 5 years' time, exponentially, will increase exponentially. Mr. President, you also have the factor of limited space. Mr. President, we have to take into consideration we are a small island developing state. We're just 123 square miles. And we had to take into consideration seriously, how are we going to create the infrastructure, how are we going to model our transportation system to take in consideration our land space. If we don't think critically about this, Mr. President, in years to come, Mr. President, it will be crazy. I mean, I'm very sure maybe 30 years ago, we probably weren't thinking about when you leave home 7:30, 8 o'clock, you have to leave home maybe 2 hours earlier to get to work on time. So we have, I see this as a very important piece of legislation, and I'm seeing the government, I'm seeing the construct in how this is going to play an important role in our economic development. And therefore, Mr. President, I share the view of the transition from a transport board to the commission. I think that is a very important transition that must be commended. Mr. President, we look at the function. We look at the 10 functions of the commission. I would just only highlight a few. Road safety. This is very important, Mr. President. Mr. President, we sometimes, while traveling around the island, you sometimes come meet humps that are not painted, they're not signs. So if you're a tourist moving around the island, I mean, it's sometimes not very welcoming that you sometimes travel at a speed, and if you have these big humps that will cause serious damage to your vehicle. Mr. President, traffic lights. This is another issue here, and I think the commission needs to take a serious look at that as well, because as we move in, as I said, towards this, towards development, we need to look at our traffic lights. I know, for example, the bridge in Paradise, I mean, the traffic lights there is not working. Sometime at night, the lights tend to confuse you. So I'm hoping that with the fact that we had a commission, there will staff. I think this will play a greater role in terms of the efficiency in certain services that we will get in terms of our road services. Mr. President, regulation and control of traffic and transport. That's also an important part as well, Mr. President, because when I think about regulation, I think about research, I think about science, I think about data, because this needs to be, regulation needs to be guided by that. And I'm seeing an important role here needs to play by our commission as well, because if we have to put the regulation in place, we have to understand what are the issues that we're going to address. And therefore, the research in terms of we're now moving towards, I heard, electric vehicles. Ensure we have the infrastructure in place, the charging stations, and all those things need to come into place. And other things, Mr. President, as I mentioned earlier, taking into consideration the size of our country. And what does that mean? I've heard the Minister of Finance mention about whether or not we're going to look at some part of the transportation being owned by government in terms of public transport and private, what sort of percentage arrangement. They're doing a study on that. And Mr. President, there may be some level of consideration for that in terms of dealing with the 24-hour transport service. Now, also, we look at globally and how the transportation system is moving in terms of access to transport. And you're seeing things like Uber and Lyft, the sort of companies that are rising, that seems to be doing very well. I know Trinidad has dropped, and other Caribbean islands have different ride-sharing companies. I know there are a number of young entrepreneurs are looking towards the sort of companies here as well. And I'm hoping that maybe they, through the regulations and that the Commission may have, they may see some level of research in terms of how the regulation will address some of these companies. Because just like Uber, that the struggle that they faced with the yellow cab taxis, the possibility exists that when, if it does get here, that what happens is that you may have some level of conflict. And Mr. President, also, a couple months ago, I remember was listening to a podcast, and I know, for example, like in China, I know like there are times in which you will get the trucks to use the road, like early in the morning, you get the trucks moving very early, and that's just one, is to beat traffic, and also two, to not inconvenience the other road users. I know, Mr. President, this needs to be looked at as well, because sometimes while traveling in the morning, sometimes you have to deal with a big garbage truck taking up great space, and that's sometimes inconvenience a lot of the road users. And maybe we can look at, I'm not sure what the research how it will guide that policy, but I think all those things need to take into consideration in terms of the different road users, the size of the vehicles that are on the road. These are some things that sometimes inconvenience some of the road users. We have made some progress, and the ban that we have placed on vehicles over 10 years, that will help deal with some of the issues that we currently face. I guess as much in years to come, we will see the effects of that. Well, Mr. President, all in all, I believe that this bill is a great bill. I just want to make another point. When I look at the efficiency in transportation service, one of the examples that I normally look at is the SU bus system. It's one of the most very efficient service you can think of. I mean, I know, for example, when I'm in SU, that at about 7:30, I think, is the last bus that leaves campus. So I know I can go up to the library, and let's say my class finish at 5 and get 2.5 hours in the library and get done, let's say 2 hours, and by 7:30 gets there and get the bus. I think we need to look, SU is a good case study in terms of how they have done it and how we can infuse the technology with our transportation system and have an efficient transportation service here in Grenada. I think this is an excellent bill, Mr. President, because as I said, when we look at our the land space, and we're looking at our economic development, transportation plays an important role. And therefore, Mr. President, I want to give my unwavering support to this piece of legislation and give the government credit for the steps it is taking in transforming the transportation sector. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am going to be short. I rise to give support to the bill as well. And from where we sit in the private sector, we certainly will support any bill that will tend to improve the situation in transport and at least bring some level of regulation and control on various aspects of the transport system we have in the country. I want to make two observations to my colleague senator on the other side. First one is, when it speaks about appeals and going to an appeal tribunal, I want to suggest that you consider mediation as well, instead of going straight to the appeals tribunal. And in all our legislation, I want to make the general comment that mediation is an aspect that we should consider before going to appeals tribunals. So it is less costly in terms of resources and time, and most of the times you can get matters resolved quickly. So that is an area of consideration. You may want to put it in the regs and not necessarily interfere with the act as we have it. But, Mr. President, there's an issue that I want to put on the radar of my colleague senator who is the minister responsible, an issue that really riles me up. So I'm going to apologize for my passion if I do get passionate. And that is the whole issue of cement trucks and how they really destroy our roads. You know, Mr. President, and there is absolutely no reason why our mixing trucks with concrete must be traveling with the mix wet. Absolutely no reason. I've made this plea in this house already, and I'm going to put it again, Minister, on your table. When cement mix have to be delivered to a project or a site, from the time you put water into the mix, the reaction starts, and the only way the concrete mix could go is down. It could never go up. So there is no reason why mix must be delivered to a site wet. And could you imagine, with the traffic we have now, what will happen to a cement truck if they have to deposit cement at a site and they get stuck in traffic? What happens to the recipient of the mix? Most of the time, if you don't have a good engineer on site to check it, you're getting substandard mix, and if the engineer checks it, they will refuse it, they will reject it, and they have to go and come. So I say from a structural and safe, and I'll get to the safety part, but from the structural point of view for the builder and for the person who have to use that, you have no advantage with it coming to your site with. And you know, Mr. President, what is the difference in having a mix in the truck whilst it's going dry, and when you reach on the site, you put the water? Because everything is done by weight. And we know, there's a little formula in school, density, how you can use density to calculate weight. So there is absolutely nothing technical or super technical that we cannot have mix delivered to a site dry, and when you reach there, you put in your water, you activate the cement, you mix it, and you deposit. Why we can't get there? There are many countries where you could never move cement wet on the road and deliver to a site. They just would not accept it. And now I get to the road. When these guys move with these trucks, apart from the size, and the issue I think my senator friend just spoke about it, when they move and they're going up, just what, last week? When you were going up St. Paul's, you would have seen the line of concrete droppings from where the police band used to be, way up past White Gun, on the entire side of the road. How much concrete have fallen there? And then just past the same police band, just a little higher up on the road, and you see how much mix they just throw on the side there when they can't do anything more with it. Indiscriminate dumping at the concrete. That is another problem we face. And when you narrow the road, as a lot of us would have seen going up the lane, around High School Corner, and all the mix there, everybody moves to the center. So the road gets narrower, and the possibility for accidents increase significantly. Mr. President, this is a simple thing. We have to meet with these guys, Ministry of Works, and say to them, the rule from now on is X. the weight of the concrete truck on the road with water versus no water is significantly different. So the impact on the infrastructure of the road will be less. And even for the truck men, the guys who moving the product, if your truck is carrying less weight, the wear and tear on your brakes, on your tires, on the instrument, the mechanics of the truck working will be far less, the wear and tear. So what is the issue of us moving concrete wet versus dry? Minister, I'm putting this one on your radar, and I'm hoping you could come to this house or through regs, and we could see a significant change in policy regarding. All of us have to win in this one. Yeah, no win-lose. This is win-win. All it requires is a change in policy and procedure to bring it dry to the site. You put your water, and you start your mixing. It will take you probably 5 or 10 or 15 minutes more to mix, and then you dispose onto the site. I mean, I think that is so simple, and the impact and the things that we could get positively from that, and that must fall under the commission, because it falls under the section dealing with safety. It falls under the section control of the traffic on the road. So that comes under the commission, and I'm hoping, as we put this in place, a regulation could come speaking to that almost instantly, Mr. President. And I'm begging you, please, let us look at that one first. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senator takes the floor. Just to embellish a little bit what you said about the concrete droppings. Also, there's aggregate droppings on the road, which makes it exceedingly dangerous, especially now as our roads have less and less drivers and more steerers. Yes? Old-time drivers like me who would know how to use the compression in your stick shift and not your brakes, all right, are much more safer on the roads than those who are only licensed to steer. Just a little humor. But that's an important point, and there's absolutely no reason why this can't be stopped, because a proper tarpaulin backed against the crevices, when you dump that, could take care of that problem and limit the overloading of trucks with aggregates. But aggregates is a serious problem on the road, very, very serious problem. And I just wanted to add that as well to the contribution you have made. Thank you, Senator. Senator Steele.
Thank you, Mr. President. I keep my comments.
Just a brief. Waiting for dinner. Just thought I would. Let all those who have agronomic desires to know that there's no dinner.
I will be very short, I promise you, and this is after your commentary at the end. Mr. President, it's just a very short addition to Senator Cox's presentation, which was very comprehensive, and the feedback that we're clearly receiving around the chamber is highly supportive of the initiative and the principles that are laid out in this bill. But the one piece to add is that this is just the start. This, I believe, is going to be the first of many amendments under the Road Traffic Act that will be coming before this House. And the range of comments that this amendment has generated, I think, is a signal as to the amount of work that is needed to enhance the framework, and the establishment of the Commission is that starting point, and the development of those regulations, and those regulations will continue to evolve as our traffic situation, and not just traffic, but our national development pushes forward. And Senator Cadet spoke to the role, and Senator Lewis, the role of transport in our national development. So this, I think, is just going to be the first of many amendments, which will all have a positive effect in the management of our traffic and contributing to our national development. I thank you.
Mr. President, I want to extend gratitude to our members for their advice, suggestions on this important legislative amendment. Mr. President, Senator Steele is correct. We do have quite a way to go. And the reason for that, Mr. President, is because we understand the magnitude of the sector in terms of its economic impact, what it has currently, and the potential that it has for this country to grow, in terms of providing job opportunities, in terms of providing even ancillary job opportunities and direct ones as well. So this is very, very important for us. To Senator Diali, through you, Mr. President, Senator Diali is correct in his utterances regarding the concrete trucks. Everything about it is correct. It's a clear opportunity for the service providers to improve their service by moving with the mixture dry. And not wanting to laugh, but I recall, I think it's once or twice, a truck actually breaking down, a load of wet concrete. And so I asked, what is it that they would have to do? He said, tomorrow they have to get a torch, cut a manhole in it, and a guy going inside there and jackhammer concrete for the next couple of days until he get everything out. So that in itself is a waste of money. It's an expense in itself. That it's a risk that they can avoid if they do it the other way. Likewise, every time the truck moves and the drum rolls and concrete spill on the road, that is basically money going on the ground. So they can reverse that by doing it mixed. So there's a clear opportunity. I think it's an easy fix. It's a win-win, as you indicate, and I too to believe so. Your suggestion on mediation, I too believe that by discussions we can resolve things before we get to that level. So there's an opportunity that we can do that through Rex, and so I take that on board. Thank you very much for those contributions, Senator Diali. I want to just, through you, Mr. President, respond to Senator Lewis. And as I said, that has been the issue of how we agree that our primary stakeholders must be part and parcel of the discussion in terms of how we move forward. But where the challenge is, how do we engage them in this participatory process? And we believe, from a legal standpoint, and what we foresee going forward in terms of the number of responsibilities that the Commission will have to handle going forward, we believe that it will not be a benefit for them to be directly involved at this point in time. And we discussed it, and I tried to show them the wisdom and vision in being able to stay away but being part of, so it doesn't affect their operations. And there's another challenge. They only represent a certain percentage of the stakeholders. And so it also presents some level of unfairness for persons who are not formally engaged through an association, because we have the trucks that move food every day throughout the country. And we only became aware of those trucks during COVID, and how important those trucks are, as important are the buses in moving our passengers every day. And so I'm not certain that they are formally organized as well, but they play a critical role. So because of that gap, we believe that maybe it may present a better opportunity going forward. But currently, we think that the current structure that we propose, by having them be part of a formal policy structure in terms of engagement, being there to give us the guidance going forward, be it the taxi association, be it the bus drivers association, and the truckers, it will help us. Even now that we're speaking about the
concrete mixers, that in itself is a separate sector. And we know for a fact that more of the trucks are going to come into Island because of their preempting a number of infrastructural developments going forward, and there is demand in the market. So that is the reason why we have to move. But we observe the need to have that engagement, but we believe, both of us, we believe, and we come to that consensus, we are satisfied that let's start where we are now, and we'll address it going forward in that regard. As regards to the concern of interference, be it political or otherwise, it's a genuine one that is always existent in any structure in terms of a statutory body. But we feel confident where we are because of the engagements and the discussions that we have, the relationship that we have currently with our stakeholders, that we believe that may not be an issue. That wouldn't be an issue. There is no reason for that. While there are certain policy decisions we may share different opinion, but in a broader sense, we see a smooth working relationship going forward in that regard. But Mr. President, most importantly, the bosses, the bossmen, they know, they are fully aware of the contribution that they make on a daily basis towards this sector and towards the country in a whole. And they understand government's role as well. I mean, as it stands currently, Mr. President, and sometimes, even from the general public standpoint, they overlook the contribution that government make towards that sector. Currently, we have to soon start a $46 million project in terms of road infrastructure development. That is significant. And all that lends itself towards that sector. And we have more roads to be built. So we're speaking in excess of $60 million or so currently being expended for road infrastructure development. So those are some of the things that we want to highlight as government playing their part in terms of ensuring that the sector continue to improve, because the bossman will say, oh, the roads are bad, too much potholes, tires, brakes, suspension. So that is our responsibility. But they have a responsibility too as well, in terms of ensuring that they provide an excellent service. So that will encourage persons not wanting to have 2 or 3 vehicles, every person in the house wanting to have a vehicle themselves. But because we have an excellent service, in terms of by way of our buses, one would say, why do I need to invest $30,000, $40,000, $80,000 for a new vehicle when I can get around the country safely and comfortably just for $2 or $3 or $5? So those are the kind of discussions that they must be part of the bigger picture going forward, so that the persons can approach it differently and they can benefit. And that is the discussion that we have here, Mr. President. That is the reason why we also look at the issue, as mentioned by Senator Carter, the issue of limiting the age of a vehicle. And there are other discussions around it, why would it? But we understand, you know what the impact that would be in terms of one of a better word, garbage after a couple of years? It's going to be significant. We'll have a lot to deal with. Where are we going to put those vehicles? So we are having the discussion, we are making the changes, the improvements, and I think that is significant. That is significant in this process. But what does the current transport sector represent? What it represents, Mr. President, it represents a public good invested in a private entity. That is what is really representation here. And so that is where government, that is where the difficulty is. There is a gray area. A man goes to the bank, buys bus, makes the investment for himself. We can say that is his private business. We have nothing to do with that. But it's a public good. And so government must play a role in guiding that individual or entity in ensuring that service. Because, of course, government can and sometimes do get maybe hits from persons say, look, we can give you some grant support for putting a public transport system in place. That is going to significantly impact the private bus owners. So those are the things that we somewhat want to not to rush into. But if there is a gap and there is a call for us to do that, then we will so do, based on the information captured, based on the data captured. But what we're striving for now is for the buses, the truckers, for them to improve their service and for us to, in terms of infrastructure, the road and otherwise, regulations and otherwise, road safety, necessary stuff to ensure that they can ply the trade safely and make a living from it. That is what is before us with this amendment and other amendments to come. That is the crux of the matter, Mr. President. So, as I say, I am pleased, more than likely, not just with the feedback here today, but I'm very much pleased with our stakeholders, because if the people who we are making these amendments for, who we are working for, facilitating through the ministry, are not part of the process, are not happy, then everything will be for naught. So with these contributions, Mr. President, I commend this bill.
Thank you, Senator Nolan Cox. Honorable members, the question is that the bill, the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2020, be read a second time. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator Cox.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
The question, honorable members, is that this House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, the House is now in committee.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of Principal Act forms part of this bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 3, insertion of new sections 2A to 2G to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that insertion of new section 2A to 2G to the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 4, repeal of Section 3 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 3, repeal of Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 5, amendment of Section 3A of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is amendment of Clause 3A. Question? Clause 5 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 6, amendment of Section 3B of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is, Clause 6 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 7, amendment of Section 4A of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is, Clause 7, amendment of Section 4A of Principal Act forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion, say aye. Aye. To the contrary, nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 8, amendment of Section 14 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 8, amendment of Section 14 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 9, amendment of Section 77D of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question under consideration is Clause 9, amendment of Section 77D of the Principal Act to form part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 10, amendment of the road traffic bus routes regulations.
Honorable members, I think the question is clause 10, amendment of the road traffic bus route regulations forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is clause 1 forms part of, short title forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion, aye. Aye. To the contrary, nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I wanted to raise a correction. I know the minister had spoken about corrections. This is Board of Commission 2B 1E, where they have 2 ins. I don't know if there's an error, or if there's just how it's written. E, 3 persons with knowledge and experience in other matters including.
That is in respect of the composition of the board?
Yes. Board of Commission, that's
what section is that again?
1E.
Huh?
1E.
Section 1E?
Yeah. 3 persons with knowledge and experience in. I have 2 ins here. I don't know if that is what the other members have. In insurance and law. It have 2 ins, in.
Section 1E.
Board of Commission?
Where you have insurance and law?
Yeah, the section that deals with 3 persons with knowledge and experience.
4 persons.
All right, so mine have 3, so again.
No, 4 persons. One is listed, all right, and the fourth person can be pulled from any of all the other areas listed.
Mine is just in the yours. Let me see what yours have. Yeah, no, you see, okay, they corrected it. In mine, I got the one without the correction.
Okay.
So, okay, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, that's fine. The one I have didn't have the correction.
Okay. So your intervention is not of the moment? No. All right, fine. Mrs. Clerk?
I don't know, you have to get one that's different from what the one else.
Well, you want to spend the time explaining that? I don't think so. We don't have a problem. We can move on. I don't want to go there. Yeah. Senator Cox?
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee.
We've done that already, you know, we just came out of that.
No, and report progress on the bill? That's it, yeah? Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's correct. The chair of the committee report progress on the bill. That's correct.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee reports the progress on the bill. As many as that of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, this House now resumes. Honorable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment. Senator Cox?
Mr. President, I beg that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, if you say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Cox?
Mr. President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be ready at the time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be ready at the time. And passed. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary, if you say nay, I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2020. Item 16, public business.
One minute. This is
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to move the following motion standing in my name. It's called Healthcare Workers Motion. Whereas healthcare is generally recognized as a right globally, and whereas doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals and support workers are at the front line in the healthcare system in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique, and whereas they have gone above and beyond the call of duty, especially during this period of COVID-19 pandemic, be it resolved that all doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals, such as lab technicians, etc., healthcare support workers, staff, such as cooks, orderlies, maids, etc., whose status of employment is considered as contract workers, be permanently appointed by the government of Grenada.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Sincere?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the motion in the name of Senator Andre Lewis, in short, healthcare workers motion, be now debated. Senator Steele?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move the following amendment to the motion that was just proposed by Senator Lewis. I have copies of it here, so if Sergeant Arms, Deputy Sergeant of Arms could circulate these, please.
You have to give it.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that you're doing this under the provisions of SO 32?
That's correct.
Subsection 3?
That's correct.
Okay. Senator Steve?
Could you just guide me, please, Mr. President? Sorry.
Okay. You have moved a motion, the healthcare workers motion, which was properly seconded by Senator Sincere. I always get the sayers incorrect sometimes. And Senator Steele, standing on the Standing Orders SO 32, subsection 3, is moving a motion. Just to read the provision, it says, where any motion is under consideration in the Senate or in a committee thereof, an amendment may be proposed to the motion if it is relevant thereto. An amendment to a motion may be moved and seconded at any time after the question upon the motion has been proposed by the President or Chairman and before it has been put by the President or Chairman at the conclusion of the debate upon the motion. So what Senator Steele has done, now that I've proposed for consideration of the House your motion. He's offering an amendment to that motion. Yes? Yeah? All right, so he's offering an amendment, and he has circulated the amendment. So he has the floor for the time being, because we must get rid of the amendment before we come back to the substantive motion. That's provided that the amendment succeeds. The amendment does not succeed, then we go back to the originating motion. So the originating motion will have preference to your proposed amendment. So
that's great. And I think Senator Lewis will recognize portion and certainly the sentiments of his original motion. But so I will go through the proposed amendment, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
I have a bad copy here. It's faded. Could I get the copy that I have is partially faded?
I think that is the highlighted changes, so it should have been in color. So what is in light?
So all the copies are the same, I guess?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So whereas healthcare is generally recognized as a right globally, and whereas doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals and support workers are in the front line of the healthcare system in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and whereas they have gone above and beyond the call of duty, especially during this period of the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is the new part, and whereas government has, in recognition of the contributions of all public officers to the development of the state of Grenada, made permanent over 600 teachers and 800 nurses under its regularization program, amounting to the single largest block of public officers giving contracts of permanent employment ever in the public service. Be it resolved, the government commits to continue in its process of regularization based on established policies and within the real limitations of government's fiscal constraints and fiscal responsibility laws. So, Mr. President, that is the amendment in full.
Senator Carrett?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion moved by Leader of Government Business.
Senator Steer?
So, Mr. President, whilst the...
So just to be clear, we're dealing with the amendments now, not the originating motion. Yes?
So, Mr. President, while Senator Lewis's proposed motion recognizes and highlights the value of our healthcare workers, especially at this difficult time as we battle with the COVID-19 pandemic, it ignores the serious financial challenges that have been brought on at this time with that global pandemic. But asking for the regularization of all healthcare workers at this time, which has serious financial implications, is not addressed. And in part, the amendment, a critical part of the amendment that is put before this House, factors that critical component into that motion. Mr. President, the original motion also does not recognize the significant progress that government has already made in regularizing many temporary workers, not only in the healthcare sector, but across the whole of the public service. Nor does it recognize government's demonstrable commitment to public workers, both in good times and bad. And that provides a much richer context to the motion that is now being put forward. And just as to elaborate on that context, Mr. President, since coming into office, this government has regularized over 600 teachers, over 80 nurses and healthcare workers. And many of these, and I believe, and I'm sure Senator Lewis will speak to this when he addresses the amendment, but the challenges many of these temporary workers have faced, are facing. And just through the work that this government, this administration has done through its regularization program, recognizing that some of these temporary workers that have now been regularized have been temporary for in excess of 15 years, working 15 years in the public service without the benefits that are afforded to permanent workers, without, whether it is training, whether it's financial benefits, other benefits, including job security, challenging many of them when it comes to whether it is a mortgage, whether it is a loan of some sorts. And they've struggled for many years within this very difficult environment. And this government, Mr. President, recognized that, which is why it embarked on this expansive program, identifying those areas, those sectors within the public service where there were significant numbers of temporary workers challenged in this way. And Mr. President, it's not only through that regularization process, part of that also saw many of these workers, 600, 700 workers that have been regularized, also receiving salary increases and retroactive pay. The cost to government for these initial stages of its regularization process have been significant. But we've not viewed that as a cost, Mr. President. We see that as an investment in the our public workers. Mr. President, the scale of this regularization process is unprecedented, amounting to the single largest block of public officers giving contracts of permanent service ever in the public sector. And Mr. President, this must be recognized, which is why it's reflected in the amendment that is put before us. And just broadening this further, Mr. President, there's also the $110 million the public workers have received over this period, under this administration, in back pay increments, one-off payments, salary increases, under this government, Mr. President. And let us not forget the restoration of pensions to those public officers who are affected by the Pensions Disqualification Act, and this government's commitment to pension reforms for public workers. Mr. President, this is an issue a vexating issue that has been hanging over the public service for over 35 years, and it is this government, Mr. President, that has brought resolution to that. There are other examples of this government's commitment to public workers. Whether it is in housing, we are approaching the construction completion of a further 675 homes under the Chinese housing program, and an allocation of those homes will be afforded to public workers. In addition to that, when we look at the other challenging period that we came out of economically under structural adjustment, when many of our neighbors were sending home thousands of workers because of the financial challenges that those countries faced, that we all faced, it was this administration that ensured job security for all public workers during that time. Mr. President, recounting these achievements is not intended to sound as if we're beating our chests or we're blowing our own trumpets. It's simply recognizing and reminding ourselves where we came from. It's easy to look at the road ahead, look at the challenges that we still face, but ignoring the mountains that we've climbed to get to this point. So it's simply to bear recognition on the significant strides and achievements that have been made so far. So, Mr. President, of course we would like to do more. Of course, if that possibility existed, to be able to regularize more in more sectors, to do more, we would. But we also have to be realistic. We also have to recognize the fiscal challenges that we face, especially at this time when government revenues have significantly declined because of the pandemic. We are addressing the healthcare threats that we are facing through the pandemic, but we're also having to deal with the financial pandemic that we now face. But, Mr. President, it's important to note that government remains committed to continuing its comprehensive review of temporary workers across the entire public service. This is an initiative that is ongoing, that is current. So rather than singling out a specific group as proposed in the original motion, it is recognizing the need to continue a process that is already underway that will address the intent of Senator Lewis, but doing that in a holistic and strategic way, which is critical to make sure that with limited government resources, the net that we're able to throw is as inclusive as possible and as comprehensive as possible. So, Mr. President, and it's stated in the last part of the recital that it's important that all of these initiatives, significant initiative, which addresses what Senator Lewis is trying to highlight, but it factors in the fiscal financial constraints that exist. It must. It must, if we're to be responsible in the approach that we're taking, and we're adhering to the processes and laws that govern how we do it. And it's for these reasons, Mr. President, that this amendment is proposed with the support of members of this House. I thank you.
Senator Steele. Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I thank Senator Steele for his attempt to make an amendment and to highlight all that has been done so far for public officers. However, I do not agree to make the amendments for the following reasons. Not limited to, but this motion seeks to address specifically the healthcare workers. Yes, I agree. This motion that I have advanced seeks to answer the question, why not now? For all that Senator Steele has advanced, I want to compliment the government as an employer for all that it has done. But in many instances, many of the workers have worked for over 15 years on contract, close to 20 years on contract. Earlier on, the question arose as to why certain things, in terms of amendments to the tax, why no? The answer was, why not now? This is our labor, and the government is an employer, and I'm not addressing this, Mr. President, through you, within the context of party politics, by indicating that this government has done. As far as I am concerned, I'm speaking of governments over the past 25, 30 years. It matters not to me. for the past 25, 30 years, regardless of which government sat in office for the longer period, it is irrelevant to me, and it is irrelevant to the Labour movement. What is important is that these workers have been working without proper contracts. As a matter of fact, as a law-abiding employer, because the government is an employer, Section 29(5) of the Employment Act clearly addresses this issue. It speaks about a contract for a specified time, a contract for an unspecified time and a specific task. And there are the definitions. If it is a work that has a timeline, and it is for 1 year, 6 months, you can give someone that contract. If it is a contract for a specific task, you have to move 20 cases of drinks, you do that, and then it ends. But it also recognizes that there may be some employers who may seek to have people continuously employed on contracts without giving them permanency. And it says, anywhere an employer purports, I'm paraphrasing, purports to give someone a contract for a specified time or for a specific task, that contract shall be deemed to be one of a permanent nature. And because we are law-abiding citizens, and because the government must lead by example, and because the government as an employer has that responsibility to its citizens, and taking into account all of the disadvantage that Senator Steele has spoken about, that someone who does not have a permanent, quote-unquote, permanent contract experiences, we have that moral responsibility, we have that legal responsibility, and all the different responsibilities to ensure that our people are properly treated. So I applaud the government for carrying out its responsibilities. When you made 600 teachers permanent, I applaud you for this. But you are doing what the law requires of you, to be frank with you, through you, Mr. President. It was not a favor that was done. The government was righting a wrong that has been continuously been done to our members. And I came here with this motion, seeking to right this wrong. And all that you have stated here, Senator Steele, through you, Mr. President, must be commended. Should we say that because 700 workers, I'm increasing it from 600 to 700, 1,000 workers, because 1,000 workers were made permanent, we must not make one who are there for the past 15 or 20 years permanent right now because of the costs? Why are these workers allowed or be expected, through you, Mr. President, to carry the cost of the state or the cost of the employer? What is in it for them? They go to work every day. They go to work every day. They can't go to a financial institution and secure a proper loan. We give foreign investors breaks. We invest into investments that do not bring any returns. We spend $20 or $50 million wherever in different investments, and we take that risk. And that's okay, because in the state of managing business, one take risk and one go into investment to try to make things better. Mr. President, I cannot accept these amendments. Call upon the government to do what is legal. Through you, Senator Steele. Why most times it appears as though things are mutually...
The Deputy President in the chair.
Through you, Mr. Deputy President. Why many times we tend to approach such important issues as though things are mutually exclusive? What is prevented, for all the reasons advanced, Mr. Deputy President, and reasons advanced, the cost, the pandemic, the period that we are in, when is the right time? How would we feel? How would we feel working for 10, 15 years, continuously, and you're engaged in an activity that is important for the everyday function of the operation that you are dealing with? And we are the government as an employer. This is not a private sector driven person who is driven by the profit margin motive. As government, as an employer, we have that responsibility. Colleagues, this thing has been outstanding for too long. Thousands of our members are out there. Thousands of our members out there. Many of them are retired, never having the dignity of holding a letter or instrument in their hand. This is not an attack on the government. Through you, Deputy President. This is not an attack on the government, but this is to use the opportunity for all of us as legislators to call upon the government to do what is legal. To call upon the government to do what is legal. We can find money to do different investments. We can give breaks. We can, colleagues, this is about human, apart from the legal. In other words, legal responsibility demands that of us. But let us step away from this for a moment. As I say, this is not about this government. It happens that this government is here. And this is when I am here in the Senate. And I took a responsibility. I took a responsibility as a labor representative in the Senate to ensure that contract workers are made permanent, not only in government, but also in the private sector. And we are heading into the 3rd anniversary, 2017, of Red December, in another company that we had to take such actions with. And the workers are feeling much better off today. Your productivity will increase. The social problems that you have will lessen. Just stand, and I chose the healthcare people, recognizing that there are others, yes? And we are biting bits by bits. Yes, all workers should be made permanent. But I chose to focus on the healthcare workers. Just stand. Go by the general hospital that morning or evening and just watch the ordinary folks that are coming to work every day. The maids, the cooks, even the pharmacists, or orderlies, or doctors. We are losing our nurses. We are losing our nurses. And the longer that we take to address this matter, it will become worse. So the $20 million or the $10 million or whatever it is that the workers are entitled to because they are permanent, that we do not want to spend on them, it will cost us more because they are migrating, especially the nurses. And they are not only migrating to the regional and international environments, but some of our better minds that the government has spent money on in terms of scholarships, etc., in the healthcare facilities are down at SGU. And they are down there because they do not have that instrument. Colleagues, we have that responsibility. Why, when it comes to working class people? Why, when it comes to ordinary people? Yes, we have made 600 teachers and we compliment that.
But this is a case where all the workers who have satisfied that requirement ought to be made permanent. I am sure that every one of us inside here is aware of scores of people in the public sector who have been working for years upon years upon years, and they are not permanent. And they cannot go to a financial institution and get a loan to help themselves. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Oh, working class people have suffered too long. And I'm not, Senator Steele, do not take this as a lack of recognition of what has been done. No, we want better. And the law, if it was a case that we were trying to negotiate a benefit, if we are trying to negotiate a benefit that we would like to see, that's a different case. But the law is absolutely clear. Section 29(5) of the Employment Act. It is now Section 31 of the new act that we are trying to sort out. Yes, 29(5) is absolutely clear. So I'm not even going into the aspects of what the healthcare workers do. I'm not going into the aspect that they have gone to the front line. I'm not even going there yet. What I'm addressing to you, Mr. Deputy President, is the need to bring relief to that section of workers, that section of the working class. And I'm even using this opportunity to call on the private sector to do the same thing too. But this motion here is not about the private sector. If the government take that lead, you'll be happily surprised, because I do believe that each one of us inside here love people. I do believe that even if you sit on this side there, it happens you sit on this side there because of how the system is arranged. But we are all here to advance the cause of our citizens. As a matter of fact, those who sit on this side, to my left, sits there because a process of commitment to the people has been given. And one of these commitments was to make our lives better. And just as those who are arguing that we ought not to take loans to do certain developments such as the airport and other things, which we'll get into at some time, and the government has stood its ground and say, we are seeing into the future what we need to do now for down there. The same principle when it comes. The same principle when it comes to a human being. As a matter of fact, the loan to the airport can wait. And flights can come. But our members, I'm doing a human factor. I'm not saying you should put it to wait. I'm saying that even if we do not get it now, or even if we review it, as we ought to do in this period, especially in this pandemic period, we need to do that. Addressing the status of our members, of our workers, your constituents. This is not about color, red, green, yellow, or blue. This is not about that. This here is about addressing the people who could. Senator Simon Steele have addressed these issues, and I'll expand on it a bit again. When these workers, the fact that they remain on contract, and they're not on contract, according to the law, but that's where the issues arise. So we call them on contract because they're let off when they go to the bank, and the status is contract. They are not able to adequately or better take care of the kids or the responsibilities that they have. As poor and working class people, we understand that our parents do not own the means of production. And the way that we are able to advance in life financially and otherwise is to be able to access the credit unions or the banks and get a small loan. But the lack of a permanent contract hinders that. And that's why I want to focus on this. And I can go into what the nurses did, what the doctors did, what the orderlies did, especially during COVID, that we all praised. I want to refer colleagues to a survey that was done. And I must give credit to one of our local papers. I became aware of it by just reading, and I went online and I looked into it. And it is called Health Workers, Perception and Migration in the Caribbean Region. And although it was a Caribbean region issue, Grenada was part of the survey. And for someone who has been around in the labor movement a little while, I mean, the things that have been identified are things that we hear every day. And there are great possibilities. This government has an opportunity to do the following. If we address the issue of contract workers and make them permanent, it will also stem the migration of our healthcare professionals, and it will also encourage some of our healthcare professionals, nurses, etc., who are abroad. These people did not go because they wanted to go. They want to be around their families. So there's a lot in it. So to expand the pie for the government, I can advance to the government, through you, Mr. Deputy President, what will be there for you? One, you'd be righting a wrong that has been going on for the past 20-something years or more. Although you have done some. So I'm crediting that. That's your responsibility, so I'm stating that. You will be stemming the tide of the exodus of our nurses in particular, and our doctors who leave and go in other private practices. To the best of my information, the last set of doctors were made permanent in 2007, 2008, or thereabouts. And therefore, it is extremely important to address these matters. Give us an opportunity in the labor movement to thump our hands in the air and say, yes, the government has done that. Yes, the government has made the contract workers permanent. The government, and we can go to the private sector as the lead, rather than having to address these matters in terms of industrial disputes, rather than having to take to the streets. We are not asking, with all due respect to you, Mr. Deputy President, we are not asking for a favor. This is not a favor. This is the dignity of the worker. We spent a while today speaking of international politics, and we spent a while today speaking about the way, black people have been treated in certain countries like in the US, etc. Yes? Let's deal with home. Let's address the way that our healthcare workers, and I'm focusing on them, have been treated. Let's address the way. I'm talking the type of contract. Remember, I'm not even speaking salary. We can understand that. We have demonstrated time and time again our understanding of financial issues, where salaries, where we have taken one-offs, where we have taken no increases over the years. But this is about the status of some unemployment. This is about the status of some unemployment. This is not people that we are speaking about who are 4,000 miles away from us. These are our mothers, our sisters, our fathers, our aunts. And it lay in our hands. This is not a private sector who have to go to a board of directors, right, and at the end of the day, they look at the bottom line. And they try to put people on contract because they don't want to pay the NIS, they don't want to pay health insurance, etc. If we make these workers permanent as we ought to, and I give that commitment as long as I'm here, I'll champion that cause, and even outside of here. And it shall become more of a national issue. If we do that, and when we do that, it will redound to the better living conditions of our people. For these reasons and more, I do not accept the proposed amendment. I am also aware, as we speak about regularization, I'm aware of the promises. I've been involved in it. I'm aware of the promises that have been made relative to regularization, especially to the Public Workers Union. I'm aware. I've been involved in it. I believed it. I accepted it. And I helped champion the approach to sit and make workers permanent. And the only difference here is that we now speak of COVID. The only difference here, and COVID is a recent phenomenon. I have been part of it. The teachers, 600 teachers were made permanent probably over the last 2 years or 3 years. What happened to the years that they gave before? Let me explain to you, through you, Mr. Deputy President, why this thing is so important. Even if there's a promissory note to say that at the end of your employment, we will consider you permanent. The benefits that you would have lost, that you lost, not would have, the benefits that you lost over the past 10, 15, 20 years could never be regained. And therefore, it is not a question of just wanting to get someone permanent when they exit the employment. So that although we are happy and we are pleased for the over 600, 700, 800 workers, whatever number it is that were made permanent, the periods that they lost could never be regained. The opportunity costs could never come back. Let us bring an end to this. Make as a serious commitment. Let us pass in this House. Let us pass in this Senate a motion that says that we call upon the government, we as legislators, to make these workers permanent. And we would have fulfilled a significant part of our duty and obligation to humankind. As I said, the law is clear. So the government, just as other employers, I'm speaking here of the government as an employer, is violating the law. How do you expect the 2,000, 3,000 workers or more, particularly in the government service, who knows as a matter of fact that their employer is violating the law, is breaking the law? They are committed because that's why they come to work every day. But something is missing. When we speak to them, I encourage each one of you, and I'm sure most of you may have done that. Speak to the workers. Do not pay attention to me as one of the leaders in the organization. Do not pay attention to Sister Rachel Roberts as one of the leaders. Do not pay attention to Brother Marvin Andal as one of the leaders. Forget us for a moment and go to the worker and ask them, how do they feel? What has been their experience? If part of the hindrance may be us, I'm not saying it is, go to the workers. For those who feel that we are speaking because we want to use a platform to speak, no. Colleagues, I beseech of you. I beseech of the government. Let us right this wrong right now. Let today, the 10th of November 2020, be a historic watershed moment. when the Senate of Grenada, on a matter that there ought to be no difference on, took a decision to help our people and to give them what is right. As I say, we can find monies to do investments. For these reasons and others, can't support the amendment. The amendment is a promissory note, and it does not conform to the Employment Act. Our people are migrating fast. I'm aware that once our borders are reopened fully, and the slightest opportunity that some of our nurses get to go, they will go. It will become worse for us. Colleagues, when we go to the hospital, and our mothers go to the hospital, and our fathers go to the hospital, and our kids go to the hospital, and our friends go to the hospital, there'll be less people to attend to them. And it is not because that they do not care about us, but it is because they go to work every day. Their parents do not own the means of production. They work for an income, but the income have to make sense to help them. So they go to what they see as greener pastures. Let us do something to bring an end to this. Let us serve our wider population by ensuring that we create the necessary conditions to keep our nurses. Give me an opportunity. Give us an opportunity. Give yourself an opportunity. Give the labor movement an opportunity to go to our members, call them and say, colleagues, let us stand as patriots. Let us not run away from the country. Give us that opportunity. So we can say that, look, here what? Even if your salary is small, allow us to keep negotiating and struggling for it. But at least we did what the law requires in terms of your permanent status. That's what most of them want, you know. That's what most of them want. If you speak to the hundreds of workers, they will tell you that one of their biggest problems has to do with the fact that they are not permanent. And they feel that they are not considered. They feel that they are not considered. 20 years, 15 years, 10 years, 5 years. Without letter, an instrument in their hand, we cannot be comfortable with that. Cannot be comfortable with that. And it is too much about broad brush, amended public workers motion. It is about healthcare. We celebrated, I think it was the 14th or 24th of April, through songs and music. I think it was 1,800 hours on that Friday evening that we asked the nation to stand at attention. And we ask everyone to blow your horns and ring your bells. Let us translate it into action. There are other issues to be addressed. The other issues are salaries, because they are some of the lowest paid workers. But that's not what I'm coming here with. As I said, the issue of salaries, we can always negotiate those matters. I can go to our members tomorrow, as we have done in the past. We have even done it in the private sector, and even in periods like now, and say, colleagues, the aspect of increases, let's relook this. We have made amendments and compromises in terms of benefits. And here I want to once again place on records our deepest appreciation to SGU, St. George University. St. George University has not sent anyone home. St. George University has paid every single worker, regardless if they are reporting to work, if they are working remotely, or if they have absolutely nothing to do at the moment. We need to compliment them for that. Why not now? I mean, the costs, we say, and I'm saying we, and is a process to be done within the process of regularization based on established policies and within the real limitations of government fiscal constraint and fiscal, no.
The President is in the chair.
Through you, Mr. President, for these reasons, I do not accept the amendments. The time to do it is now, and we should ensure that the law is being adhered to. Thank you very much.
Winston Garvey.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to give my support to the resolution that was presented by the Leader of Government Business, and to offer a few thoughts, really. It has been a known fact within the state of Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and the wider region, international community. As a matter of fact, we have been commended as a government highly by the international community for what we have been able to do and achieve for the workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. It's an undisputed fact. We have been, as a government, has been commended for our care, our love and appreciation, and what we have been able to do and achieve for workers in the space of tremendous odds. There is?
Are you a small business and would like your business to grow? Do you have an event, products, or services that people should know about? Be wise. Advertise. Book your spot on GBN Shopping Guide. Be part of Grenada's biggest advertising medium, the Grenada Broadcasting Network. Call our sales department now on 440-2446 or 440-3033 or GBN plus the number sign. Email us at sales@gbn.gd. Special conditions apply.
The Ice cream you love for many years is making your shopping experience more convenient to you or loyal customers. In addition to Bernie's ice cream van passing through your village areas, we now have 3 locations where our ice cream and other products are available at retail and factory prices. The locations are Downtown St. George's, Jubilee Street, Grenville, and Excel Plaza, Grandans, next to Movie Palace. Call today on 444-8003 or 416-9447.
Valley Breeze Guest House, located in Grand Bras St. Andrew, is the perfect spot for your next vacation or staycation. There, you will feel comfortable with the great forest views on the countryside. Valley Breeze Guest House is 2 minutes drive or 5 minutes walk from Grenville Town. Book a 1-bedroom suite, a 2-bedroom deluxe, or a studio and enjoy free cable, TV, phone, and internet. While there, enjoy a swim in the pool, a drink, or something to eat at the bar and lounge. Social distancing measures are in place with free hand sanitizers. At Valley Breeze Guest House, you will enjoy country comfort in style. For more information, call 442-5375 or 407-5375. Goshen Medical Imaging, located at Morris Bishop Highway, True Blue Junction, Grandin St. George, offers diagnostic ultrasound services by board-certified medical sonographer with high-end advanced ultrasound imaging capability and technology. They specialize in general abdomen, gynecology, obstetrics, 3D and 4D ultrasound services, also breast, thyroid and prostate ultrasound, and echocardiogram. For special appointments, emergency or walk-in services, call 444-3030 or WhatsApp 419-0839. Visit or call Goshen Medical Imaging today for an insight into your health.
Creative Woodwork Shop, located at Mount Gay, St. George's, is the place to visit for everything wood. Kitchen cabinets, windows, doors, beds, solid surface countertops, vanity tops, picture frames, specialized moldings, and more. They do installations as well. Call Penny's Creative Woodwork today on 435-4074 or 538-8111 for your free design, consultation, and estimate. Penny's provide a superior product at a competitive price.
Fit for Life Medical Services and Allied Laboratories Limited, now located on Grandon's Main Road, St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza, adjacent to the South Winds Apartments. We offer a wide range of services which include general and family medicine, general surgery, psychiatry, ophthalmology, pain therapy, and gynecology. Our laboratory services include medical and clinical analysis, food and environmental analysis, complementary medicine, acupuncture, moxibustion, cupping, auriculotherapy, and magnotherapy. The administrative offices of Fit for Life Health Club and Michelle's Health and Wellness Pharmacy operate from this location as well. Our operating hours are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Mondays to Fridays, and 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturdays. Our contact information, call us on 439-3488 or 406-3488 or on 409-3488.
When looking for household hardware, material, and lumber, the place to visit is JTRG Grenada Limited, Depredin Street, Grove, St. John. They offer from plumbing and electrical fixtures to windows and doors, garden tools, toilet seats, linoleum, carpet, and paint. They also sell young chicken, broilers, layers, and turkey. And rest assured that all your items will be delivered to your doorsteps free of cost. JTRG for all your household, hardware, and lumber material. Shop at JTRG today. For more information, call 444-8239.
P&M Traders Limited is one of Grenada's largest wholesale dealers located in Tempe, St. George, serving for over 15 years. We stock salt meat, peas, gallon oil, cup noodles, and your laundry detergents. P&M Traders is your one-stop wholesale department. We also do deliveries with the best selections and the best prices. Our customers' satisfaction is our priority. P&M Traders truly is the best choice for your money. Call us on 440-3505.
Are you sick and in pain and in need of a solution? GMG Enterprise offers that solution in herbal remedies. Get some GAP pills to cleanse the blood for diabetes, erectile dysfunctions, poor circulation, and more. The Body Healer to clean the colon, chronic sores, etc. Super Bright for most eye disease. There are products for infertility, fibroids, and to remove waste from the body. There is also a special blend designed to support your joints. Contact GMG Enterprise and Carriacou today on 449-5679. Remember, your health is your wealth.
Cashwiz Grenada provides instant cash and quality retail products, which include jewelry, electronics, tools, musical and sporting equipment, and many more. Visit Cashwiz today and ask about their 180-day layaway plan. With only 10% down payment, you can also buy Lambie Pearl. So what are you waiting for? Hurry on down to Cashwiz Grenada at the corner of Halifax and Hillsborough Streets, St. George's. You will not regret you did.
Improve your vehicle's performance and save hard-earned cash with a visit to K&E Alignment Center in Belmont, St. George's. We offer a fully computerized diagnostic service by Hunter-trained certified technicians for all your suspension and alignment services, tire changing and wheel balancing. Come to the experts at K&E Alignment Center, the only service of its kind in Grenada. We also source suspension parts for all vehicles. Accurate, professional, and cost-effective. Visit K&E Alignment Center in Belmont, St. George's. Call for an appointment today. K&E Alignment Center. We remove the guesswork from your vehicle's maintenance.
Sunrise Diagnostic Center, Unit 9, New NIS Building, Melville Street, St. George's, and Canal Road, Grenville, St. Andrew, caters for your medical and laboratory needs with same-day results. Book your appointment today for medical consultation, ECG, ultrasounds, physiotherapy, nutrition counseling, blood pressure checks, and more. A 24-hour on-call service is also available. For more information, call Sunrise Diagnostic Center, St. George's on 440-3709 or 415-9522 and the Grenville sub-office at 438-3709 or 421-9656.
Are you looking to satisfy your personal church and family religious needs? Then visit the Christian Bookstore on Gore Street, St. George's. They sell Bibles for adults and children, Bible study aids, and greeting cards for any occasion. They offer books on marriages, health, welfare, and more. Also, toys and puzzles for kids. You can have your gift wrapped there as well. Shop at the Christian Bookstore for church accessories like hymn books, communion items, offering plates, stationery items including receipt books, pens, pencils, and envelopes. The staff at the Christian Bookstore is always poised to serve you. Don't miss out. Visit them today on Gore Street, St. George's, or call 440-2289.
473 Auto Solutions, importers of quality used vehicles from Japan. All their vehicles are competitively priced. They specialize in Suzuki Swift, Toyota Passo, Toyota Noah, Toyota Vitz, and RAV4. Give them a call on 416-9447 or feel free to visit their car lot at Monk Nesbitt St. John to view and test drive. 473 Auto Solutions, price to suit every pocket.
Are you a small business and would like your business to grow? Do you have an event, products, or services that people should know about? Be wise. Advertise. Book your spot on GBN Shopping Guide. Be part of Grenada's biggest advertising medium, the Grenada Broadcasting Network. Call our sales department now on 440-2446 or 440-3033 or GBN plus the number sign. Email us at sales@gbn.gd. Special conditions apply.
Decided once and for all, and Mr. President, you know very well about this because you championed this. And I commend you for this. You championed the cause to ensure that more Grenadians will be given a pension and retirement.
Thank
Is this
you.
a point of
Thank
order?
you, Miss.
What is
a
it?
point of clarity.
Nope,
A point
I'm
of-
not accepting that. So the point
One second.
here
You
is,
understand that I have to get his concurrence because it's not
the
on a
point
of order.
here is, Mr. President,
But you can hold the point when you make your contribution.
the point here, Mr. President, is this. The revolutionary government decided that too many of our Grenadian brothers and sisters who were not a part of the establishment within government, after serving this nation, be it on the estates, be it in the homes as maids and so forth, decided to fix this and introduce the NIS as a social security to ensure that our workers receive a pension on going home. This is something that we must remember and give credit to it. So if we're fighting it now, all the acclaim we gave to the revolution for building this and creating this, then, I mean, we biting the own finger, the hand that feed us. We got to come back to some sense of reality. But, Mr. President, what is important for us to realize? That while this government would have done the most in history for the working class of this country, for the workers of this country, there is a limit as to how far it can go at any one point in time. What the member is asking for at this point in time, it's a big ask, you know. Because you're asking us to bring in an establishment a number of persons where we don't have positions for. That's the first hurdle you have to overcome. And then you're asking the government to agree to an increase in financial outlay for salaries, which you don't have. Because we have to remember, at this point in time, because of the COVID pandemic, we are collecting 50% less in revenue than we have had last year. So while your enthusiasm is good, but it must be lined up with reason and some form of common sense. I could say probably when we get over pandemic, this could be a good time to probably introduce and say the sacrifice, so let's see how we could probably look at it. But with all of this that is happening, you have less revenue. Where is the means and the ability to take care of something like this? And mind you, because of what was done in '83 to ensure that all workers will receive a pension and retirement. These contract workers who are, the contributions have been made and so forth, are guaranteed of 70% of the final salary, final income on retirement. This was never so before. So again, this administration has done more to ensure that the small man on the ground, the small workers in the lower trenches are taken care of. So it's not within reason at this point. Mr. President, this government will continue to advocate righteousness for its workers, will continue to ensure that we put systems in place to protect the integrity of our workers, will continue to put systems in place to ensure that our workers, when they leave this job, they are not retiring into poverty. And the increase of the pension to ensure when they retire, they get no less than 70% of the final salary. And again, that was a commitment given. And at this point in time, those who are retiring at this point in time will get probably 58% of their last salary. I think that's around this time is the maximum. But government had decided to top it up to bring it up to 70. People like us, when we retire, in a few years' time, I believe, we will be more in line to get the 70%. But the point is, government has gone over and beyond to ensure that it protects its workers. So, let's look further. So the available alternative at this point, as we said, is contract employment. Further, in light of all the efforts made under the Homegrown Structured Adjustment Program to address the size and costs associated with running the public service, government must exercise its prerogative to find the right mix of employment modes to fulfill the required service demands. What is important for government is ensuring that the terms and conditions associated with contract employment meet the threshold of decent work, that no worker is knowingly disadvantaged. And this has been our commitment, and we've stood to this to ensure that our workers get proper remuneration for the job that they have done and they are doing. And that is the commitment we have given to the workers of this nation. And we'll continue to do this because this is right. And this is the right thing to do, Mr. President. And as a government that cares about the workers, will continue to do the right thing to protect not just one group of employees, but the entire over 4,000 members of the public service that the government is taking care of on a monthly basis through its payroll. So we will continue. And the government has given its commitment, despite the fact we're earning less than 50% of revenue, the budgeted revenue. Government has given its commitment that no worker will be laid off because of COVID. That's a commitment we have given. And as you know, when we make a commitment, we stick to it. It is important, Mr. President, to understand as well. If we are not able to find a resolution and to find a place to keep that expenditure at the way it is at, it could create serious problems going forward as to your numbers and so forth. So the move of this government at this point is to ensure that we maintain our numbers, we continue to service our debts and so forth, and to create the environment for this economy to grow. Because as the economy grows, there will be the disposable income to provide all the other benefits that you want and you ask for. Yes? more social programs that you need. And this is one thing that we have done over the years. And I remember one of the international institutions saying to us, yes, you have the structure adjustment program and you have to streamline your spending, expenditures, and so forth. But no way you should cut tail on providing social benefit to your people. And this is what we have been doing, and we will never, ever turn our backs on our workers. We will continue to ensure that all our workers are protected in this period. And we all will come through COVID together. We will all come through this pandemic, these difficult times, because we will continue to make the sacrifice one for the other. Mr. President, with these words, I want to continue to give my full support to the resolution moved by the Leader of Government Business. I thank you.
Senator Sincere.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Sincere. Yeah.
The honorable member never ceases to amaze me with his flurry of words. Anyways, Mr. President, I stand to support Senator Lewis with the motion that he has put forward. But before doing so, I just wish to, speak to some of the things that Senator Garwe would have mentioned, since he did not accept my point of clarity. Mr. President, the honorable member was instigating that Senator Lewis was misleading this honorable House. But, Mr. President, the fact is, some contract workers cannot access loans because they do not have a job letter that says they're permanent. And that is a fact. Others, some contract workers can, however, acquire loans, but these loans are only up to the period that the contract letter says. So if I am on a contract for 1 year, or even hire purchase institutions, they go to the hire purchase institutions and they will be given a facility up to the point of the contract. What does that mean, Mr. President? That means that these workers have to pay more than a regular person would have had to pay because of those contract letters. In addition, Mr. President, the honorable member said that vacant positions must be available before these persons can get, appointments into permanent positions. So I am asking here, Mr. President, if these positions were not vacant, how is it that these workers have been in the very same positions for all these years, yet the position isn't vacant? That doesn't sound logical to me at all. In addition to that, Mr. President, regularization of workers, and I like this because I grew up, with the debate and disputing and refusing to acknowledge some points. Regularization of workers does not begin and end with remuneration. And that's a fact. Regularization has different facets. The honorable members on the other side seem only to be focusing on the remuneration part of regularization. An employee could be regularized, given a letter of permanent, and as Senator Lewis was explaining, the discussions on salary and all of these things, whether it can be made retroactive, and all of these things can take place afterwards. But the fact is, that worker would have a letter of permanent in hand, and I'm speaking from experience here, right? In hand, that they can, go to an institution and present as a permanent worker. Mr. President, I wish to go back to some points that Senator Lewis made. point that in the absence of these letters of permanency, some of these workers have been restricted in their upward mobility. And that's a fact. The fact that these workers have no job letters or letters of permanency means that they do not have any job security. In fact, Mr. President, some of these workers are considered self-employed. They're under something called contract for service, which really means that they're self-employed, yet they're employed by government. That, in my mind, is a whole conundrum. Mr. President, I want to go back again to a point that Senator Lewis made. In the heat of the COVID, honorable members, in the heat of the COVID, there was a clarion call to come outside 6 o'clock on that Friday night and beat your pan, beat your pot, honk your horn, do all of these things. But, Mr. President, at the risk of sounding hilarious, we cannot take pots and pans, or the workers cannot take pots and pans to an institution and say, here it is. They need a letter in hand. So while, yes, it is important for us to acknowledge them with our songs, we need government to acknowledge the role that they're playing by giving them a letter of permanency. Mr. President, sometimes I think too much or I think too fast. So sometimes you see me scribbling because my mind goes a million miles maybe in a second. The government ministers themselves have acknowledged, right? They have acknowledged that these workers are essential workers, repeatedly so. Without them, we would not have been able to curb or curtail COVID-19 as well as we have done so far. Mr. President, sometimes I make a little snicker because the thoughts that come to my mind. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous, Mr. President, for the government to be repeatedly acknowledging that here is a certain section of employees who would have worked so hard, who would have consistently worked hard, who would have done their all, who would have gone beyond the expectations during the COVID period and even before. And we are still here debating an issue of giving them a letter of permanency, because this is what Senator Lewis is asking for initially. The honorable members on the other side are ignoring that fact. But this is what Senator Lewis is asking for. Mr. President, I really would not have wanted to acknowledge here in this honorable house the disrespect that would have been shown to these very workers. They were called names, yet during the COVID period, they showed up. They were the ones showing up every day, all day sometimes. I have friends who are nurses and doctors, and they're there, they're doing their jobs, and we're coming up with reasons and limiting it just to remuneration to give them a letter of permanency. Mr. President, I think sometimes the current administration is bipolar. 1 minute, they're praising the essential workers, the nurses, the very list that Senator Lewis has presented here. And then the next minute, they're just treating them not even as a foster child. I want to point again, Mr. President, that we recently had an installation of a minister for health services. And this was touted as an indication of government seriousness as it relates to health. Mr. President, I have a master's in human resource development and performance management. You can put the best minister there, but if you don't have the workers doing what they're supposed to do, that system isn't going to function. And already we know that some of these essential workers, the workers that Senator Lewis would have put in the list here, the lab technicians, the cooks, the orderlies, the maids, etc. We already know that some of them have a low moral. Imagine coming to work every day, giving it your all, sometimes more than you can give, more than your all, more than is expected. And something as simple as a letter, and yes, it is simple, and you can challenge me on that, as simple as giving them a letter stating that they are permanent workers. The nitty-gritty, the fine prints can be worked out with the workers. But at least they have a letter of permanency. They have this job security of sorts. You know? I work in a certain institution, and yes, I can acknowledge, as Senator Garwe said, we have, contracts. We function with contracts. But the contract is worded in such a way that I can go to a financial institution, that I can go to a hire purchase institution and get, the facilities that I need. Mr. President, I believe the motion that Senator Lewis has put forward here, this healthcare workers motion, has more than a lot of merit. And we keep saying, why now? The government, those on the other side, seems to want to sieve what is for now and what is not for now. And I understand that. It may be politically expedient for them to do that. But the fact remains that these are people, and we hear them saying all the time that, we love people and we're interested in people. Well, if you are, now is the time to show it. Word, action time. This is the time to show it, if you're interested in people. If you're really serious about the healthcare workers, give them the letter. There is nothing too difficult in this motion. And again, I want to point out, do not consciously ignore what Senator Lewis is presenting. He is presenting a motion that is asking for the workers to become permanent. Not for them to get a raise in salary, not for them to get retroactive pay. Simple, a letter of permanence. And that is why I would stand here, because I understand what that means. And that is why, Mr. President, I stand in full support of the motion as presented by Senator Lewis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sincere. The Honorable Nolan Cox.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I stand in support of the amendment that has been proposed here this evening. That was put forward by the leader of government business. Mr. President, I intended to speak, but I didn't want to go too far outside the confines of the motion before us. My intention was to just take the motion and strip it based on what was initially proposed as against the amendments that have been proposed or that have been inserted and what is presented here. but I'll get to that but I still think there's a few little house matters that I think I need to address, raised by my dear colleague, Senator Sincere. And the Honorable Senator indicated her expertise in human resource. But, Mr. President, I've been an employee, I've been a manager in the public service for more than 17 years. And I think that gives me an opportunity to speak with some degree of authority on how the public service works, what happens, what has been happening, what has continued to happen, what has stopped. But I say this because I think the intricacies of how the public service operates is a whole debate within itself, and I don't think a lot of persons understand that. And that is where I think the gap is. Mr. President, this government, previous government, has had to contend with the construct of the public service, its limitations that are structured in such a way, even by the Constitution, some of it from a legal standpoint, not having the capacity to evolve as time has changed, not having been able to give succeeding governments the opportunity to improve on it because of certain legal restrictions. That in itself has presented a challenge and will continue to present a challenge for each and every one of us as we move forward. I say this is not just my own understanding and observations and experiences, but those are some of the feedbacks of persons, organizations, institutions who we have hired to do the studies on the public service over the years. And several suggestions and options have been put forward how we can improve this structure. And so it is not as simple as one may think. And that is the honest truth. That is the honest truth. Just to clarify, I think the issue of positions being available, what is vacant and what is available, and whether somebody might be performing a role. There is some clear differences in that. I might be performing a role that mimics a particular position, or some of the functions may be that of a particular position that is on the permanent establishment. But that post might be there, but it may not be available. Because why? John, who is the substantive holder of that post, is either assigned to another ministry because he may have a capacity to do something else and is filling another role, or John, who is seconded to treat with some other issue or some other in another ministry, who is performing 2 or 3 roles, and that post is tied up for like 10, 15 years because the substantive holder is performing another role. That is only one of the occurrences that take place in the public service. And you see, you might be saying, well, why is the person doing that? But then there are certain legal ramifications, because why? That person is the holder of that post. And so you cannot just sever that person from that post because they are performing another role somewhere else. So I just give you just a snapshot of some of the challenges that are contained within the operations of the public service. That is only one, that's only just a small dose. And so trust me, if anyone here who has not had to deal with it before, have to deal with it, will realize the challenges and the limitations
that managers have within the public service in ensuring that the service function. So I just want to clear that up. The issue of tenure and criteria, those are, in terms of, there is this question, and my dear colleague Senator basically made the case, and basically indicate what are some of the issues why some persons have been getting a negative response in terms of failure whenever they may have entered an institution requiring a loan. Now, the question is, if my dear colleague Senator has a contract and she can go into a financial institution with a letter basically saying that you are employed in this place from this date to present, earning a certain amount, performing certain specific roles, and can get positive feedback from that institution, then why is it that somebody else from another institution cannot do the same with a letter? So, Mr. President, it's clear what is basically happening. The construct of some of the letters that have been issued, probably, that is my understanding based on, I'm just sitting here thinking, that one or whoever, him or her may be receiving, may be defeating the purpose in that regard, may be presenting to the lending agency some restriction. So it may just well mean is how that letter stating that person's tenure or employment is constructed. I could be wrong. I stand corrected, Mr. President. But because examples are current and present, that persons can perform and do get mortgages for hundreds of thousands of dollars on a contract, on contractual employment. So I say this for what is what, as I say, probably this is not my area of expertise, but I'm just basically, based on what is presented here, I am just dissecting and unfolding that based on where we are. So, Mr. President, that is some of some of the little housekeeping matters I think I just want to touch on in terms of the public service. It is not as simple as one think it is. Because what I can tell you, the Department of Public Administration continues to work with institutions to find ways to see how we can get the public service to be more efficient, to be more modernized. That is a challenge, you know. That is a challenge. And I will say, one may say still, because of that legal, constitutional requirement that is attached to the public service, one cannot just go and just make those changes just like that. It cannot happen. And that is a fact. That is a fact. Mr. President, a perfect example. There is a situation with the position of the Commissioner of Police, hence the reason why that position is always acting. I cannot remember the correct explanation right now, but it warns that if you make the person permanent, the commissioner permanent, he contravenes a law, another section of the Constitution. So how do you change that? It may require, maybe, I don't know, referendum, I don't know. So those are some of the restrictions that the public service, that is within its nature. Some of it is probably antiquated in today's construct, in employment construct. Things are shifting. And so it requires a bigger debate, a wider work to be done to bring everybody on board, all stakeholders, because government alone cannot do it. And that is a fact.
But I just want to leave that there because, as I said, this can be a whole parliamentary session if we go to talk about the public service. Now, Mr. President, let's get to the motion before us because I'm reminded that you're not going to provide supper. Mr. President, we are not in disagreement in the construct of what is and the intention of what the motion that Senator Lewis put forward. We are not. When you look at this, there is nothing speaking against what was put forward, Mr. President. It is clear. It is right here. All we have done was to indicate some facts in terms of what government has done in terms of contribution towards your request in terms of getting person permanent. That is basis facts, which you yourself have commended us for. And all we are saying that we have been making people, employees permanent, and we will continue to make them permanent as we as government are capable to do so. Mr. President, I don't see any difficulty in because basically if you are saying no to this, you're basically saying no to your motion, Mr. President. That is how I see it. Listen, Mr. President, we understand. We know that there are a number of outstanding personnel matters. We know. It's a long list, and we have been chipping away at it with support from our union brothers and sisters. They have been working with us. They have guided us. They have given us good suggestions through our working committees. We have worked together. We have come a long way, Mr. President. We recognize the work that all our healthcare professionals have been doing. Mr. President, I understand. Mr. President, I managed the hospital for 2 years. I understand. I know, I have a clear understanding of the intricacies and the challenges that lie within the health sector. Mr. President, we are saying we agree that we need to do more. We are saying this here, and we are saying that we are going to do that within our capacity as government. Because at the same time, Mr. President, if we're to make decisions that render this government insolvent at some point in time, or render the Ministry of Finance insolvent, that we find ourselves in a situation where we can, Mr. President, you know, we are not operating in the days where we are functioning on an overdraft. Every month we go to the bank and access an overdraft facility to meet our commitments. We're not doing that anymore, and that is a good thing. That is a good thing. And Mr. President, this is a discussion where we have to understand the context where we are. Some of the facilities that we had before, in terms of being able to access financing for other things, like roads, education, even for same healthcare, those are closing, those windows are dwindling. So it means that we have to be more vigilant in terms of how we govern, how we manage our finances. So all that we are saying is that we are going to make persons permanent as best as we can within the capacity that we have. And that is all that we are saying, Mr. President. That is all that we are saying. And we're just asking, we know the situation, Senator Lewis, through you, Mr. President. We are aware. They are our employees. We have discussions. We have a number of sessions as to how we address this, how we chip away at this. Just recently as yesterday, I have been dealing with some of those matters with persons within even my own ministry, based on how the terms of employment. And we have, Mr. President, this where we are, I do not want to lay any blame, but this where we are
is as a result of successive governments not being able to do the necessary changes to our public service structure because of that legal component that is attached to it. And I'm not bashing anybody. I mean, could you imagine Senator Diari here? He has a company managing. Could you imagine if you have an employee an employee can leave, travel to the United States, don't report for work, don't call for 6 months to a year, and he can come back to work with no repercussions and get paid for that year that he's out, and nobody can find him. I've seen it happen. And you can't do anything. So I don't want to get into those intricacies, Mr. President, because as I tell you, we can have a long discussion. But some of the things that is happening in terms of workers, in terms of where they are and the status, we have more work to do. We have more work to do. We recognize that we have to do more. And so we're not saying anything different from what our dear brother, comrade, that's how he likes to refer to himself and his colleague. Funny enough, if you, after the Senate, after we close here this evening, I'll show you whose name is on that tie. We'll have a good laugh over it. Who's the maker of that tie? I don't know. I can't recall. Mr. President, I say this in the context of where we are as government, that we are well aware of what the challenges are. But when you have the responsibility to lead and the responsibility to make those decisions, not only just for a certain section of the country, but for the entire nation, it lends itself for a different view. You're basically, there is this old adage, I don't think it is old, that uneasy is the head that wears the crown. And that is where we are right now as government. You see where we are. We are battling. We're trying to create a situation for persons to come home, and for visitors to come to experience Grenada. And we're trying to do that in the midst of a pandemic. Because we have to function, we have to try and raise revenue, because we have commitments. We have people to pay. There are a number of things. So, Mr. President, we understand. If anybody understands, is this government. And we are saying that this motion, both of us are saying the same thing here. That is what I really wanted to really dive into this evening, Mr. President. I do hope that with my contribution, that we will bring some semblance of some consensus that we move forward as one house on this motion, on this amendment, because of my contribution to show that, look, we are all striving for the same thing. Mr. President, at this point in time, members, this is all I have to say on this motion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator Cox has outlined very, very eloquently the challenges that we face, some of the very practical challenges that we face, and why it's important not just to lead with your heart, but we also need to lead with our head. Mr. President, we are not at odds. I've listened to the arguments on the other side, and on our presentations. And with one fundamental difference, and I'll come on to that, we're saying exactly the same thing. We are not at odds. We're both sympathetic to the challenges that public workers face when they have temporary status. They articulated it passionately, but so did we. It's that deep understanding of those challenges that has driven this administration into regularizing more public workers than any point in time. Over 700 workers, Mr. President. More than during the Revolution, more than during colonial times. Unprecedented. And that is because this government does care. And we understand and we recognize. And we have taken positive steps. It's not just that we're talking in theory, we've demonstrated that. And one of the purposes of the amendment that Senator Lewis acknowledges in his words, but not willing to put his vote to, is that we have made extraordinary strides. If you accept that, then why won't you accept the amendment that's put forward? It recognizes those achievements. We're saying the same thing. I listened to Senator Sincere, and there's an interesting comparison between her presentation and that of Senator Lewis. I can forgive Senator Sincere's simplification of the problem. She doesn't have the experience or the knowledge, no disrespect, with or without masters in HR, that Senator Lewis has. Senator Lewis understands exactly what Senator Cox was talking about. Exactly. He knows that and much more. He understands the complexities that we face in government, wearing that crown, having to make those difficult decisions, both legal and financial. What Senator Sincere was suggesting, just write a letter, it's as simple as that. It is not. It isn't. It's as easy to write a letter from the perspective of a contract worker, finding the correct language without changing their employment status, but coming up with the creative words to enable that worker to go to a lending agency and seek a loan is possible. And it has been demonstrated, and it's something we discuss many times in government, because those letters do exist, and there are many successful applicants within based on that scenario. I had somebody approach me just last week saying that they had exactly that problem. Somebody worked within the Ministry of Youth. And we had addressed that particular problem. The letter needed to be redrafted. We have that language. Does it work in every instance? Maybe not. It's dependent on the lending agency. Part of the solution is also with the lenders and them understanding the circumstances. So from that perspective, that piece is possible. But that doesn't address, Mr. President, the need to regularize and make permanent. Making permanent is a legal act, has legal implications, has financial implications. It's not simple. That piece is not simple, and Senator Lewis understands that, which is why he and his colleagues have worked with us in the regularization of those 700 workers. A challenge. When we started that process, I was in the Ministry of Education at that time, and I know the challenges that we faced and the hurdles we had to get over, and we did. And it's that spirit of cooperation that is needed as we now enter this extraordinarily difficult phase brought on by the pandemic. The Treasury is depleted. Revenues are down by half. It's easy for those on the other side, without the responsibility, without the burden of leadership, to throw words and say, just spend there, spend there, spend there. We are the ones on this side who have to make those tough decisions. We would love to do everything. We understand as well as those on the other side. They're not unique in their understanding. But where the difference lies is we have to decide, do you pay Peter or do you pay Paul? Both are in need. How do you do it? The proposal that's been put before this House, the amendment, is talking about all workers. You're singled out. And this is what I don't understand. That there must be some other agenda at play. Because the original motion spoke to just healthcare workers. We're saying all workers. We're talking about a comprehensive review to throw the widest net possible to capture as many workers as possible, but doing it in an organized, intelligent, fiscally responsible, legally responsible way. What Senator Sincere also doesn't understand, Senator Lewis does, because he's part of passing the legislation in this House, are our fiscal responsibility rules. There are laws in place that govern how many workers we can take on. You're shaking your head. You need to learn. A lot to learn. There are laws in place that govern what we can and cannot do. There are implications if we break those laws. We have had to tread a very, very fine line over the past 7 years, trying to square a circle, and Senator Lewis, Senator Diali, Labour, employer and employee representatives, and government, of how to thread this needle. And we did it in very difficult times. We are now in equally as difficult, maybe even more difficult times. The storm is still ahead of us. This requires unprecedented cooperation between employer and employee, private sector, public sector. Senator Lewis does understand the fiscal implications. Does. And we have to navigate this. And we have to navigate this together. The amendment that is before the House takes into consideration all of these complexities, all of these sensitivities. There is nothing, Mr. President, in the amendment that's before us that is offensive to Labour or employer or to government. And what we're trying to do in our attempt, because what was presented to us, we could not accept. The international community is also looking at us. If we went down that route, if we sent that signal as raw as presented, as inelegantly as presented, it has implications internationally as well. The millions of dollars that we are receiving in additional support because of our fiscal responsibility will be put in jeopardy, and that will prohibit us from doing other things that the members on the other side will also be demanding that we do. So what is before us is an amendment that we could have just rejected. We could not accept what was put before us. We could have just rejected that. We have the numbers, we can reject it. But we didn't do that. We worked with it. The first 3 recitals, bang on. It's then responsibility. Before that, recognizing what we have done that goes far beyond just the health workers and our intent.
Matthew Thomas of Windsor Forest St. David passed away on Saturday, 17th October 2020 at the age of 75. He was the husband of Margaret Thomas, father of Sandra Thomas Paris, Joa Thomas, Janelle Thomas, Daisy Hazard, Donna Hazard Francis in Canada, and Floyd Hazard in Canada. Grandfather of Anaya Paris, Amaya Thomas Victor, Daniel Guy, Jonathan Francis, Karen Graham, Carlene Hazard, Casey Cummings, and Kyle Hazard. Great-grandfather of Zaneda Gittins. Brother of